What's that? Oh, so... Order. Order. Welcome, everybody. Also, ladies and gentlemen, my wife's trying to say something to me. She might as well say it to the room. I give you Guy Spier. She used to be an MTV presenter.
Hi. No, sorry. I just noticed that some people are still looking for a seat. Is that the case back there? Yeah? So if you have a seat, if you see a chair empty in the middle, if you can come in. If you can just move and scoot in so that the outside, so that the edges are available for people that are coming in late. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Laurie. So I'm actually going to do something that I've not done before, which is just read from something that I wrote. I'm a little nervous reading it from a number of different reasons, partly because William Green knows far more about Canterbury Tales than I do. But I really want to drive this home, and there are some Canterbury Tales here. And the point that I want to make is that I think that we're on a pilgrimage. It's not dissimilar to the pilgrimage that Geoffrey Chaucer describes in the Canterbury Tales that was written in the 15th century, maybe earlier actually, in the 13th century. What we are doing here at the Berkshire Hathaway meeting is something that humans have been doing for at least 1,000 years. And in the Canterbury Tales, Chaucer describes a group of pilgrims who are getting together in Southwark, which is a place in London, at a place called the Tabard Inn, and they're going to go on a pilgrimage to Canterbury. It's not clear what they're going to do in Canterbury, but they decide that they're going to tell stories to one another to pass the time on the way down to Canterbury. And this, the book, I'm halfway through a translation right now. I decided I'd better read the damn book before I come and talk about it here to this august group of people. And it's a reflection of Great Britain at the time, or England at the time, which is a very, very special place. But there's also oodles of wisdom that comes out of reading that. And I was really blown away to realize that Seneca is mentioned in the Canterbury Tales. And all of us who are here will know about Seneca because Seneca is somebody that Charlie Munger really revered. And there are books like The Tao of Seneca, and anybody who's here is probably a Stoic, wants to be a Stoic, and if you're a Stoic, you're going to come across Seneca. So just think of this. We're now in 2025, and the Canterbury Tales were written around the 13th century, so before the Renaissance. And Geoffrey Chaucer is writing about a man who lived probably 2,000 years before. And so what we're doing is something actually very, very old. We're getting together and we're seeking wisdom and telling stories. And I think that it's important for me. I mean, I've been coming now here to Berkshire for almost 30 years, and we've already lost one of the great partnership of Warren and Charlie, and sooner or later we'll lose the other one. But the reason why we're here goes far beyond that. And so the slide that I've put up here has got some of the people who are speaking, but there's also got some quotes from the Canterbury Tales and some of the people who appear in the Canterbury Tales. I want you to know that I didn't realize, but Seneca died a tragic life because he was an amazing advisor to this Emperor Nero, and at some point Nero suspected him of conducting a plot to get rid of him, and he asked Seneca to take his life, and Seneca complied with his instructions, but he was not sad about doing it. And so one of the things that I've become very familiar with is something that I think we're less in touch with, is that the ever-presence of fortune in our lives and the extreme influence, that things that are beyond our control that influence the outcomes that we have in our life. So my goal here is to put in front of you a bunch of tale tellers. People are going to tell tales, some will, about different things. We'll touch on wisdom, we'll touch on examples of how people live their lives, and hopefully all together we will become wiser at the end of it. And as you know, I've also said this is a warm-up to the Berkshire meeting, and now I've said what I wanted to say and I didn't look at the damned essay once, so I'll post this on social media sometime tomorrow. I'm going to say just 3 things before we get on with the speakers, which is that the reason why I think this thing, ValueX, has worked so well is that we have 3 principles that are certainly I want you to abide by in the room, which is non-solicitation. So we're not here to sell anything to anyone. We're here just to learn and increase our wisdom. We don't tell anybody what to do, so we speak from experience. And we try to keep what is told to us confidential, because that increases the opportunity to share. And somebody, an amazing woman that is here, Miranda Barrett, that I just said hello to, who helped me launch EO Israel, knows those principles very well. I learned them from 2 organizations, EO and YPO. And with that, I'm going to ask my friend Brian Lawrence, who grew up with somebody who's a director at Berkshire Hathaway, and I thought that he would be the best person to introduce him to the group. He's got to stay for a very short time and then leave. He's got a lot of things to do. I'm very, very grateful, Chris, that you're here. But now I'm going to give you Brian to introduce his friend, Chris.
Great. Thank you, Guy. And boy, thanks again to the Aquamarine team for putting this on. It's just such a blessing to have this this get together. So thank you, everyone, for doing this. Okay, Chris Davis. I've known Chris Davis my entire life, so there's a lot I could tell you, but I'll just limit it to this. To have Chris Davis as your friend is to have a life that's much more filled with laughter and learning, which is a good thing. And he's achieved worldly success as an investor, which is great. Those are great things. But the most remarkable thing that I want to talk to you about him, introducing him, is his trustworthiness. And it's interesting. Buffett often talks to students, and he says, look around the room at the other students and think about who is it who you have the most confidence in, who's going to do a good job through their life. Who do you want to buy 10% of their current earnings at cost and ride them up? And what are those qualities? And one of those qualities is within your control. He always talks about trustworthiness. And I would just like to call out Chris Davis for that. Chris's trustworthiness is the kind that leads you to ask him to be a trustee for your children if something happens to you or the mother of your children. And it's the kind of trustworthiness that led Warren to ask him to be a director of Berkshire Hathaway. And just think about what that means as the last of these 2 geniuses nears the end of his mortal life. What happens to the culture of Berkshire Hathaway? If you're Warren, who do you trust with taking on the burden of making sure that that culture goes on? And how do you persuade someone to do it for $6,700 a year? So I'd just like to thank Chris for that and ask him to come talk to us.
I'm not even sure I'm going to use these slides. I put together a few. Well, we'll give it a try. I just push this button if I... I'll use this if I want. All right. Well, first of all, you know, Guy has built a web of deserved trust, and I think that is one of the reasons many people are here. I told Brian that his thoughts about trust brought to mind something I've been noodling on, and I don't have any way to prove it yet. But, you know, you think of this idea of living in a web of deserved trust, right? What Charlie said we should all aspire to. And I was trying to quantify what that might mean. How can you quantify the value of trust in an organization? Because obviously Berkshire is a tremendously trust-based organization. Deals are made on a handshake based on character. There's not reams of due diligence and consultants and forensic accountants and private investigators doing background checks and so on. So it's a trust-based system. How could you quantify it? And I think the most interesting way is to think about crypto. And what I mean by that is a phrase that you often hear people who are involved in the crypto space talk about is that it's a trustless network. In other words, you do not have to know anything about the character of the person on the other side of that transaction. You don't have to know if they're a crook, or you don't have to know anything about them. And there's nobody in the middle. Usually a deal with somebody, there's an intermediary, a bank or somebody stands in the middle. So they tout the virtue of a trustless network. But what's interesting to think about is therefore the mechanism of the crypto blockchain is designed to synthetically create trust, right? It's artificial trust. So an interesting thought experiment is just to think about how much energy needs to be consumed by the blockchain to synthesize trust, right? It's a sort of an interesting idea because that's what it's doing. It's a way to quantify, to have that transaction happen without trust. We need to burn a lot of carbon. We need to use a lot of compute power, a lot of electricity to synthetically create trust, and the sort of trust that can be done with a phone call to somebody that you've done business with for 25 years, and you can do $1 billion or $2 billion or $10 billion transaction on that phone call and on that handshake with no carbon. So anyway, that's a totally aside that I hadn't thought about saying that, but it's something I've been noodling. This is what I thought about saying, but I don't have my reading glasses, so I'm not sure I can help you with that either. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just power through a very short number of slides just to sort of stir the pot, and then I'll just take questions until Guy gives me the hook. And I guess this is a useful first slide, which is why, it's just the purchasing power of $1 since 2000. So when you think about risk and risk-free rates and, the idea of, preservation of principal, you've lost almost half your money since 2000 and you still have $1. I think that's a useful thing. Components, when you do decide to be in the investment game that create your return, are this combination of the results and then the behavior, right? So a business will generate a certain return, but your behavior and when you purchase or when you decide to sell that business will be an equal determinant. You can quantify it. This simply looks at dollar-weighted returns of funds versus time-weighted returns. So you can see about 170 basis points per year of behavior penalty, right? And that doesn't get broken out, but that's just simply a fund has great results for 5 or 6 years and people pile in, and then it has crappy results and people get out. The 10-year returns may be fine, but the return that the actual investors got was much lower because of the investor behavior side. So I thought I'd just give a quick sort of defense against the dark arts of things that are just a couple of things that I think really influence those behaviors. And I think one of them is really thinking about forecasts. A lot of time will be spent in the next 2 days with people giving market forecasts and recession forecasts. And this was the market forecast for 2024. I named names. I actually put the strategists. The green bar is what happened, and the blue bars were all of the forecasts of all of the top strategists on Wall Street. And it's amazing that those strategists have a real impact on behavior, right? If you're forecasting 4,200, your clients behave in a certain way, and if you're forecasting 5,200, they behave in a different way, and there was no predictive value. There'll be a lot of talk about interest rates and the Fed and what's going to happen. Bill Miller and I started this almost 25 years ago. The Wall Street Journal puts a 6-month forecast for interest rates, the top strategists on Wall Street, survey of economists, and it had 0 predictive value, right? Which is sort of amazing, the idea that those forecasts influence behavior with absolutely no predictive value. Okay, this is where I really get dirty. This is because I have hedge fund envy. Some of you may manage hedge funds. You should know as a fair warning that I'm deeply jealous of your fees. But I do think it's by and large a racket. I think you're more paid for volatility. If I own a stock and it goes up 15% a year for 4 years and then falls in half, my clients have broken even and your clients have lost 25 or 30% because they paid you that 20% each year on the way up. So I don't love that alignment. But this is a really interesting real-world study. This just looks at the total hedge fund index over this is a 10-year period. And you can see the dramatic underperformance. But what's really dramatic is the beige bar in the middle are just hedge funds whose business model, is to make investments based on macroeconomic predictions. And so that is sort of an amazing real world case. Well, of course, that raises the wonderful question that I put to Charlie years ago when Doerthe, as always, arranged a dinner or time for us to get together. And I said, Charlie, I'm a believer in capitalism. I'm a believer in free markets. How the hell can it be the case that a free market system, which is supposed to promote efficiency, could allow all of these strategists and economists and hedge fund people to make a living? And of course, he told the iconic story of the fishing tackle shop in Minnesota, where he went to buy a lure, and there was this new pink and green one, and he said, my God, do fish take this? And the guy said, mister, I don't sell to fish. Right? So when you think about the Weather Channel is not in the business of predicting the weather, right? That's not their business. Their business is selling ads. To sell ads, they need engagement. To have engagement, the best way to get engagement is fear, right? So you can't just have a snowstorm. You have snowpocalypse, and you have a storm of the century 2 or 3 times a year. You have these new phrases, heat dome, polar vortex. Well, that's because they're not predicting the weather. They're selling ads. And of course, those economists are giving predictions because they're asked, not because they know. A little word just on today's market and sort of what happened in the last couple of years, which was just the growth assumptions that went into valuing a lot of businesses. And I just wanted to give you a quick look at how hard those growth assumptions are to actually create in the real world. And when you do a DCF on a company and you're modeling 20% sales growth for a decade, it's possible, but it's not the way you'd bet. 3% of companies have achieved that, and lots of times by the time you're looking at that company, they've already done it for 8 or 10 years. Margins even more. It's amazing how many models I saw in the last few years that still assumed EBIT margins over 50%, and you can see how quickly those margins diminish, even on the handful of companies that have been able to do it. All right, I'm going to kind of end with a quote that is very central to my way of thinking in these days especially. This is a quote by my grandfather. Said, you always sound smarter if you're bearish. And yet, here's what's really been happening in the real world. Over very long periods of time, almost all terrible things have been declining. Right? You can look at hunger, children dying, child labor, ozone, smoke particles, nuclear arms, smallpox. Good things have been increasing. You look at harvest, water, immunization, girls in school, women's right to vote. So it's easy to adopt a cynical mindset. I'm going to end with in addition to the wisdom of Charlie Munger and to reference Guy's Seneca quote. Remember, Seneca also said, great is the man who can make you better in his presence, but greater still the one that can make you better just holding him in your thoughts. And of course, Charlie's famous, wonderful talk about the paths to misery highlighted the big 3, quoting Johnny Carson: addiction, envy, and resentment. And I'm going to add a 4th that was not on Charlie's list, even in his extended list, which is cynicism. And it creeps into cultures, it creeps into investors. And skepticism is a useful trait for an investor. You ask, show me. But cynicism is sort of a why bother. You sound smart if you're bearish. You point out all the ways the strong man may have stumbled. And so I think adding cynicism to the list of ways to lead a miserable life is a useful one. And I'll just show, this happens to be our fund, but just look at all the terrible things that are listed on there. Chernobyl and oil shocks and 3 Mile Islands, stagflation, the 70s, and so on. There's, being bearish makes you sound smart, but I think ultimately cynicism's a lousy way to live and not a great way to get wealthy. So with that, I'll stop.
So I have one question that, and then we're going to take, I don't know how much time we have, like 2 or 3, and then it's really so grateful. 1,000 meetings to go to, but so one of the things you said there is addiction to mind-altering substances, and I'm blown away by how many people. I had a guy in my office who told me, and he's a serious guy, he's a risk manager at a bank, and he said, I microdosed on LSD today. And I'm told stories that many of the people in the White House are microdosing. What do you say to people? You must come into contact with them who do that.
I think that, microdosing very quickly becomes dosing. The idea that hallucinogenics can play a part in curing certain types of mental illness or therapeutic breakthroughs, I think that is almost obviously true in the right circumstances. But, the sort of data that's come out about alcohol has led people to think that other things are much safer. And I think it's a disaster. If somebody wakes up and has a shot of whiskey, even that person knows he's got a problem, right? And the civilization knows. But to get up and vape on your way to work is just common practice. It's just wake and bake. And now, similarly, this sort of microdosing, just this idea of I'm casually rewiring my brain, I think it's a very dangerous phenomenon.
So, audience, a couple of questions before we say goodbye to Chris. Be quick, because, yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is a wonderful opportunity to ask you a question. My name is Adam Mead. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire. Question on Berkshire's governance at the subsidiary level. So Warren has kind of hinted at this over time, where Tony Nicely stepped down as CEO and he's chairman of Geico, and Todd and Ted were chair of some of the subsidiaries, but we don't really hear too much about it from Warren. So maybe any insight into boards of directors, governance at that subsidiary level would be wonderful. Thank you.
Well, what I'd say is, and I am on the audit committee, is, I talked about a trust-based system, and you have to be compliant with internal audit standards and so on. So there's rigor there, but there is a recognition that if you were to choose two evils, the evil of using governance and audit as an excuse to change and bury the identity of the subsidiary, in our view, given the financial strength of Berkshire, that is more of a risk than the risk of a little fraud happening once in a great while. And, I spoke at the CFO's meeting of all the CFOs of the Berkshire subs, and you go to a meeting, room like this, everybody's got a name tag, and none of those name tags say Berkshire, right? They say Acme, they say Justin. That's part of the culture, the enormous pride and identity with the company that they work for and that they've built or are part of. And in a way, the control systems in those companies are the safeguard. That's the moat that keeps headquarters from leaping in and swamping them by saying, we need to tie up our accounting systems and you need to do this implementation of this process or procedure. So I think it is a light touch. It's a thoughtful touch, and there is a trust but verify mindset. But I think the bigger mindset is to really recognize that trust is the superpower. And we could throw in teams of internal auditors, and they could go in and scrub, and all we would do is crush that sense of identity that has been the big part of what's built the companies. And if you look at the fraud over history, it's so tiny in comparison relative to the benefit that comes from that entrepreneurialism persisting.
So there are boards, maybe advisory, more of an advisory type of?
Yeah, it depends on the businesses, and the results all are rolled up every month, and and there's cash is very, it's a cash culture, but yeah, there's not separate board meetings unless it serves that company.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And we're going to make this the last question so that Chris can get on his way. I think that there's a lot of curiosity about how the machinery actually works on the inside, so I really appreciate Adam's question.
If you find out, let me know.
Hi, Chris. Thank you, Guy, for doing this. Chris, wonderful presentation. I'm also a fund manager. My name is Bhuvan Gupta, and I think the fee structure is a never-ending question. So what should be the basis of the fee structure for any fund manager to decide? My friend met Pat Dorsey yesterday. He charges $220. So a lot of people have different fee structures. What should be the basis to a right fee structure?
Well, you should probably charge as much as you can get, right? That's the mindset. I charge $220 because I can't get $330. I don't think there's anything so terrible about offering your customers a bargain. right? That's what sort of built Costco. It creates a relationship. Of course, it makes achieving outperformance easier if you have a lower fee burden. I think it's hard not to have a cost of capital if you have an incentive fee structure. You shouldn't get, you know, what do they say in the biz? Paid for the beta? I don't know. But I do think that the asymmetry can be problematic. But of course, you know, Warren and Charlie both ran funds that had an incentive fee structure. I think Lou Simpson was paid on an incentive fee structure. So, you know, Bill Miller did something very curious on his fund, which is he offered all of his customers a choice. They could have a flat fee of 1%. They could have 0 fixed fee and 20% of the profits, or they could have 50% of the outperformance of the index, of the S&P 500. And they could choose. His largest investor, who happened to be the CEO of a big tech company, his office chose the zero cost alpha. That's what they called the 50% of the outperformance. And in that year, Bill was up 130%. And this man had to pay something like 60% of the starting $100 million account as a fee. So anyway, I think offering the choice may be a way to go. I've never seen anybody else do it, but.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks.
I'm going to get Brian, thank you, since he introduced you.
In business school, this is called a cold call. You don't really know that it's coming, but it's actually not that hard to thank Chris, who's one of my oldest and best friends. I'm actually up here with 2 of my oldest and best friends. It's sort of a blessing to be here with them. But to make time on a day like today when you're in the middle of all of this stuff is really terrific. So thank you very much.
So we're going to move swiftly on because we have so many people. One of the goals here is to get a lot of speakers because the more the merrier, and if you don't like one, there'll be another one that you do like. And so now it is my great privilege to invite William Green, my partner in crime in my book, the most amazing finance writer and writer on the planet, an amazing father. His son is here. If you see a man with a large shock of hair, that's his son, Henry. And yeah, I think you're going to be interviewing, come on up, you're going to be interviewing Chris Begg. But yeah.
Thank you. It's really a great treat to be here again, and really a joy to look out and see so many friends, and for once, family as well, my son Henry. And really this whole thing is a tribute to Guy because it's infused with his spirit of generosity and inclusiveness and a passion for learning and sharing what he's learning. So it's a beautiful thing. And part of my job as a journalist is to notice sort of little tells, little clues that tell you something about someone. And so it's nice, as some of you will have noticed, that when Guy asked Laurie to share her inner secrets of what she was thinking and wanted to ask him about in that moment, she was thinking about are people getting seats, you know, are people comfortable, are they feeling welcome? And so it's also infused with Laura's generosity of spirit, and the secret weapon, not so secret weapon, is it's infused with Chantal's amazing ability to make it all happen. So thank you. So I'm really happy to bring up my friend Chris Begg, who was a recent guest on the Richer, Wiser, Happier podcast. And Chris is, you know, he's such an important figure in the value investing community because for the last 13 years or so, he's taught the class that Ben Graham taught at Columbia, the security analysis course, where the star student back in the 1950s was none other than Warren Buffett. And Guy was just saying to me and Chris, when I introduced them for the first time, how do you know each other? And I said, well, of course I know him because of you, because you introduced me to Josh Tarasoff, and Josh Tarasoff became a great friend, and then Josh introduced me to Chris. So it all comes back to this community. So Chris, welcome. And Chris is co-founder and chief investment officer of East Coast Asset Management. I guess should we just stand here in the middle? Will that be easiest? You can have this. So he's not only a terrific value investor who has this very concentrated portfolio of about 8 stocks, but he's also training the next generation of great investors. And so he occupies a very interesting position. And he has all of these people like Seth Klarman and Nick Sleep will routinely come in to talk in his class. So I wanted to start, Chris, by mentioning the fact that when I interviewed you a few weeks ago, I think it was on April 3rd, and the market was crashing, it was really plunging, you were looking so calm and cheerful, and even I would say joyful, and you had gone from owning 7 stocks to 8 that morning, and were looking very happy. And it reminded me of a time right after 9/11 when I'd been traveling with Warren Buffett, writing a profile of him then for Fortune, and then a time when I interviewed Charlie, and I said to Charlie, did you have any fear at all when you were buying stocks in March 2009? He's like, no, and like no emotion at all. And it made me wonder, is the secret here that the best investors are simply wired differently, that they're somehow emotionally defective in some way or lacking, I don't know, or is there some way that you can cultivate this kind of equanimity that mere mortals like me, who are more fearful, can learn to develop?
Well, it's great to be here. And Guy, thank you for having this, putting this on. It's a great starting question. And I love that you named it the calm amidst the storm, because it never feels calm. What I kind of learned from Warren and Charlie, and certainly Ben Graham over the years, and all the great investors that have come after that practice value investing, is there's a difference between those things that are long-term or more permanent and those things that are kind of passing. And so in times like this, and particularly when there's a chaotic environment around an economic event, there's a lot of news about tariffs. What part of these are permanent? How are they permanently affecting the businesses you own? And so that difference between, what is long-term the same and short-term different. Chapter 20 of Ben Graham's great Intelligent Investor is the margin of safety chapter. And what's really fun when you kind of go through and read that chapter, in the footnote, Ben made a really cool reference to Abraham Lincoln and this great story that Abraham Lincoln told when it was this Persian tribe, and the king had asked, what's the secret to life, and what is the secret to all things? And there was the answer came back, this too shall pass, and Ben said, what's the secret to investing? And he said, the word's margin of safety. But I kind of reference back to that, this too shall pass. What part of these things are quite transient? Chris had that great slide up there of all those things that were quite transient, topical at a time, and then what things are permanent, which is, business value creation.
One of the things that you and I have discussed a lot over the last year is the evolution of value investing. And you've talked a lot about how it's gone really from value 1.0 to 2.0 to 3.0. And Charlie obviously played a key role in that. Can you talk a little about that? Because also, my sense is that investors like you, Nick Sleep, who you're friends with, James Anderson, another terrific investor, Bill Miller, have redefined what constitutes value investing.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And I struggled with this too, because as we were trying to create a curriculum for students and give them this full range of value investing, what are all the practitioners have used over the years, I began to think, we kind of had Ben Graham's value 1.0, and that was finding assets that were kind of cheap to maybe an asset value, but here's $1, let's buy it at 50 cents on the dollar. And then Charlie said, geez, that's a 3-decision outcome, right? I need to buy correctly, sell correctly, and then redeploy capital. So he said, Warren, why don't we just buy great businesses or good businesses at reasonable prices and then own those for a long period of time and compound over decades? Great outcome. The value 2.0 that they were doing and still practice today, and a lot of, this is a very fruitful area, is you can optically see the value, right? When Warren bought Apple at 12 times earnings, it was clear. This was, there's earnings, we can measure those, we can see them. I think over the last decade, you realize that toolkit wasn't enough to identify Amazon, Google, NVIDIA. You could name the enormous value creation that occurred. Is there a value investing toolkit that needs to evolve as well to kind of look at businesses where the optical earnings aren't there? There needs to be some other level of work. And I think the Nomad letters that Nick wrote are incredible at kind of a real-time case study in his investment in Amazon on how he thought about it, how he was adding things back. And yeah, so 3.0 continues to be a very rich area as these technology companies are reinvesting in AI and other things that have enormous outcomes.
Charlie once told me, and this is an exact quote, he said, all investing that's successful comes from getting more value than you pay for. And he said, you can hunt for value in various places, as Bill Miller did with Amazon or Nick, but he said, you're always looking for more prospects than you're paying for. Is that still the distilled essence of value investing? Is that the one core insight that basically ensures that this type of investing is eternal?
Yeah. You know, Value 3.0 should not be confused with, you know, that you're untethered from value principles. You know, you still need to underwrite, what is your margin of safety? How can I lose? You know, and I call it vectors of asymmetry. Like, what is the worst case scenario if this business were to run out like this in really high probable outcomes? And then let's layer on the other asymmetries that could occur. This business line, this business line, this business line. So your range of outcomes could be anywhere from, say, a 10-year, 10% IRR, maybe not that attractive, or maybe even lower, 5% 10-year IRR. But what happens when that range of outcomes takes you to 45? And so your best point estimate may be something, but I think that's how to think about protecting your downside margin of safety with thinking about the possible outcomes of reinvestment and very large waves these businesses might be surfing.
How did you come to spend your 50th birthday with Charlie? And what was the experience like, and what did you learn from it?
Yeah, there's many of you in the room probably know Peter Kaufman, a great teacher, a great friend of Charlie's over the years. I don't think there's an intellectual equal to Charlie Munger than Peter Kaufman. So I reached out to Peter, who has been a great, really guest in my class over the last 10 years and teacher. And he always tells the students that life is three things. And he asked them, what's the proportion difference in these three? And it's skill, courage, and luck. And he says, you know, what do you think, what percent? And of course, you always want to weight skill as being a really important part of that percent. And you know, the final answer is, you know, 5% skill, 20% courage, and 70% luck is kind of what he shares with the students. And Charlie kind of agreed with this. So I kind of flipped that on Peter. And I said, Peter, you always tell the students this, so I'm going to be out for my 50th birthday to LA for the Singleton CEO Prize, and I want to have my birthday dinner at Charlie Munger's house. And he writes me right back. He's like, what kind of cake do you want? And that's typical Peter. But it was a real gift.
And you spent something like 4 hours with him. Was there something in particular that you drew that's from that experience that sustained you?
Yeah, I think Warren really summed this up in the first letter after Charlie passed, and it was, you know, Charlie was the architect of Berkshire Hathaway. So I think when you think about what I experienced in that 4 hours, there was a lot of things, lessons learned, of course, but I really, you know, I stepped back and I would say that Charlie was an architect of many things. He was an architect of Berkshire. He was an architect of, I think, how to live a great life. But he was also an architect of how to think. So when you're with Charlie, the way that he deconstructs a question to first principles, and he'll build from physics and math and biology and human history, and then he'll tell the story. And the story is like picture perfect to what he remembered, the person, and Chris, you probably know this too, like it's just wonderful how he would share these stories at 97 years old as if they were yesterday. And that was that architecture. And so what I take from that is like, how do I architect a way to think? How do I architect a way to build a great life? Or architect a business, you know, and I think Berkshire is architected so well for that, you know, seamless web of deserved trust, how that plays into the business culture.
Todd Combs has been a guest speaker in your class at Columbia many times, I think 13 times over the years. What qualities do you think Charlie and Warren saw in him that embody what they're looking for, the kind of culture, the kind of talent, the kind of mindset.
Yeah, that was I love when Todd tells this story every year, because I think it's really important, is that, he sent a letter to Charlie, and, Charlie answered, which was really nice, and had him out to have a meeting, and, the meeting was supposed to last an hour, and I think if Charlie and Warren like you, they can extend, and they extended quite long. But what I took from that story is that, first off, Todd is extremely intelligent, and his whole career path had been doing really deep research on certain businesses. So he can go very deep on, and this is post GFC, so he really understood banks. He had worked at Progressive, so he really understood insurance. Deep fluency in two areas. So he wasn't just an inch thick and a mile wide. He really knew these things, and so he was a real learner, a compound learner, and I think that showed. That quality was really apparent to Charlie. And then you have the most important thing, which I think anyone in the Berkshire ecosystem is just huge integrity. So I think those are the big ones.
Yeah. I was really struck. I sat in on the class where Nick Sleep and Todd came and taught, and I know it's all private, but this is not, I think, sharing anything that's scurrilous. I just thought it was really striking the degree to which their friendship was built on discussing things like black holes and the like. Like, you got a sense that both Charlie and Todd just had these incredibly broad minds, and that they weren't just interested in investing. There was, and I see that with you as well, like this sense of all the ways in which studying everything kind of filters into investing, but also just makes for a richer and more joyful life.
Yeah, no, and that's, Charlie was the first person that gave me kind of permission to have this multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary mindset, and how you could really take these lessons from physics and apply them to business, and vice versa. And it's really, I say to, when you look at, say, the way our brains work, there's left hemisphere, which the left hemisphere analysts are attracted to investing, build your model and extrapolate it. The right brain is the context part of the brain, right? It sees the whole. And what did you have here when you brought Warren and Charlie together? You had an incredible right brain thinker, Charlie, with an incredible left brain analytical mind, Warren, and you combine those things, you have a whole mind. And it was really, I've talked to Ian McKilchrist about just how do you nurture your weaker part? Maybe you bring a partner on that has that strength, or you nurture those things in yourself. When you look at how that partnership worked, it was incredibly emergent, right? Where 1 + 1 equals something very big.
Beautiful. Yeah. Guy, do we have time to ask anyone for a question, or do you want to get rid of us?
I'll check out with Chantal or David about time. So I think that's true of Nick Sleep, that Case Zachariah is he kind of like disappears, but he's an extremely important part of that partnership. I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit.
Oh, who's that? Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll steal the microphone.
So Guy's question specifically was around Nomad, and Nick wasn't alone, and even though he was the author of these letters, but Zach was such an important part of that combination of, and I think when you look at that partnership, you get to know Nick and Zach. Nick was very much the right brain, whole brain thinker. Zach, very analytical, detailed, go really deep in the weeds, and the emergence of that was an incredibly powerful partnership for over 10 years, so I've definitely been more aware of this, and certainly, particularly, the reason our left brains are so enhanced is that's where our language happens. So it's normal that as a society, as humanity, we've become a little bit more left brain oriented, and the part that's slighted is the ability to see the whole, to be creative, to see something that hasn't existed in the past. And so value 3, which we talked about, is very it needs some right brain orientation to imagine a world that hasn't happened. And I think that's where people struggle in making that leap from value 2 to value 3.
So I'm not allowed to ask the audience to come for a question. I'm going to leave you with one last question, which is William. So my experience of talking to William is that I feel like, having spent an hour or two with him, is like the orange has been squeezed, nothing is left, and it's kind of exhausting. I'm wondering how it's like for you to speak to William.
Let's say William is probably the most professional, prepared interviewer I've ever encountered in any. So it's been a gift to do the things that we've done together, and so thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, William. Thank you so much. William, thank you. From every podcast, for every interview, he does hours of anal preparation. It's quite extraordinary, actually. I don't know how he does it. Pardon? Oh, I see. No, I think he's ribbing me. So now I have the honor to invite Renato up to the stage. Literally, this was a due diligence conversation that I had with an analyst, and I realized that Renato has deep knowledge of the culture of 3G, of the group that built InBev, AB InBev, and various other companies. And I just thought it'd be fun to learn from him. It's something that clearly Warren learned about, and I think that maybe some of the 3G people are in the room, but I welcome you, and thank you for coming out to do this.
Morning. It's an absolutely pleasure to be here today. And as Guy mentioned, today I'll be talking about culture. And to be more specific, I'll be talking about the corporate culture I've been living for the past 20 years. So for the next 9 minutes or 2 slides, I'll be talking about the pillars that have been nurturing this culture. But before I do so, let me introduce myself. Let me talk a little bit about me and my career. So I'm Renato, born in Rio, Brazil, but I'm also a proud Canadian. And as I joke with few folks back in Closter, I might change my nationality, depends where the conversation goes. If you come to me and talk about soccer, I'm definitely Brazilian. If you come to me and talk about hockey, I'm the Leafs. No, I'm Canadian. And you got the joke. And just to let you know, if you're approaching me and trying to talk about politics, I'll pass on both. Shifting to my family. I've been married for 15 years. I got a 12-year-old best friend and 8-year-old little princess who loves to change her clothes every half an hour. I also love many things. I love to travel, but I also love sports. And it is true that I used to be a professional swimmer, and swimming helped me to form a lot of my character. Swimming gave me a couple of lifetime opportunities, mostly through scholarship. I went to the university through swimming. I got a full ride from Cal Berkeley. Still on my educational journey. I got my executive MBA right after my first son was born, and since last year, I've been going to Palo Alto, Stanford once a year. I went there last year, I'm going back in September, and it has been a tremendous help. Moving on to my career journey. I started my journey as a sales trainee for a Brazilian railroad company back in 2006. And after 7 years in the company, I decided it was time to go home, to seek for a new challenge. So I left. And a few days later, I got a call. And I still remember the voice on the other side of the line telling me, "Hey, Renato, it is time to start our Burger King project." So I moved to Europe to lead one of our 3 divisions in EMEA. I lived in Madrid for a couple of years, then briefly in Zurich, and after 3 years in Europe, I moved to our global headquarters in Miami, where I stayed until the end of 2017. Then a similar situation happened, at this time with Kraft Heinz. And I've been with the company for 8 years, playing different roles. I started leading the retail go-to-market team for our Canadian business. Then I led the business development unit for US on the away from home side. And lately, I'm the VP of Innovation Transformation for our North America zone. But enough of me. Let me talk about culture. I don't know if you noticed, but all of those three companies down there, they are or were previously owned by the Brazilian private equity group called the 3G Capital. And regardless which company you're talking about, and regardless which market you're in, the culture DNA is the same, and it's pretty visible. And if I could summarize all the cultural traits into pillars, I would pick 5 pillars. People, ownership, efficiency, cloning, and dream big. For the sake of time today, I'll be talking about 3. I'll be talking about people, I'll be talking about efficiency, and I'll be talking about dream big. For us, it always starts with people. Right now, you might be sitting there and ask yourself, yeah, Renato, but we have other pillars. How about M&A? How about marketing? How about branding, operation? For us, it's all a result of talent people. And what do we do with talent people? It's a pretty simple, straightforward cycle. We have a talent person, we give the person a challenge that will lead the person out of the comfortable zone, the person delivers, get reward, meritocracy, a big value for us, and then you give a bigger challenge. Simple as that. Still on people, I want to talk about those 2 pictures. The first one on your left, that's my day 1. That's January 9, 2006. That's where everything starts. And that's our official picture of my class trainee. And the second picture, that picture was taken during a board meeting in Toronto, April 2018. And the connection between those 2 pictures, that during the board meeting event, I had the opportunity to have lunch with Marcel Telles, one of the founders. And over an hour conversation, we only talk about 2 topics, people and culture. And blew my mind to hear the same stories, the same values, the same principles, even the same jokes, 12 years later, as I started here on day 1. So that led me to 2 conclusions. That's people. It is our pillar number 1 for our culture. And the second one is consistency, because I was hearing the same message 12 years after as I started on day 1. So people, it is our pillar number 1. Shifting to efficiency. And to talk about efficiency, I want to quote one of the famous sayings from Tony Robbins, that leaders are readers. And he talks about leaders are readers. You might end up missing a meal a day, but never miss your learning. And I'm using these quotes to illustrate that we also embrace this philosophy. For us, we also adopt this approach. We also see the value of seeking marginal gain because we understand the value of the compound effect over the time. As a matter of fact, we have an internal value saying, dare to do better every day. And talking about efficiency, I want to clarify one point. It is, if you are familiar with this culture, you might have heard that our secret sauce might be due to cutting cost. I just want to clarify that's not true. As a matter of fact, the ZBB implementation, let me put it that way, only represents 4% of our results. Efficiencies played a big role. Efficiency allows us to reinvest in the business, to maximize the return on the shareholder investment. So in efficiency, it is key for us. Shifting to my last pillar, dream big, we have used this quote internally during COVID times. We love this quote for a different number of reasons, but in particular for 2 reasons. The rainy day and the 15 cars. Rainy day is because we also embrace adversity. We also see the value of differentiating ourselves during challenge times. We also use the famous popular quote that's never waste opportunity of a great crisis. The second one about 15 cars, it's about dream big. We understand that's normal in life. We face a decision that we gotta set the destination. We gotta inspire people, bring people into the journey, decide where we wanna land. Is that average? Is that greatness? And every time that we see this, we like to tell that to our newcomers, that every time you see the moment you gotta make a decision, always remember that dream big and dream small take the same effort. So let's always dream big. To wrap up, culture, it's a powerful force that leads to extraordinary outcomes. I had the privilege to be living a very special one for the past 20 years. And if I could summarize our culture, It's always start with talent people, work on ownership mindset, dare to do better every day, don't be shy to learn or copy external reference, and always, always dream big. Thanks for listening to me. Hope I had added some value. Happy to contribute.
So I'm going to ask a question. Two people are going to come up to the mic, but my question is, and this is really, I've discovered in selecting people that I'm useless at it. The best people I've worked for or worked with have been people that I did not select, somebody selected for me. And I'm pointing out, because it's so fun to do, Chantal isn't even listening. So the guy, my CFO, says the woman who should help you run your office in Zurich is called Chantal Hackett. And I say, I can't hire somebody called Chantal. And anyway, she comes to the office. She came for a first interview. She always looks fabulous, as you can see in the back. But literally, and then after a month of not being able to decide, I said, okay, we'll try. And I was still nervous and didn't think it would work out. It worked out wonderfully well. I learned that I'm not good at picking people. So can you explain what's going on? Yes. And hopefully 2 people will show up at the mic to ask better questions than I just asked.
That's a great question. How do we pick people? We divide into 3 areas. The first area, that's the technical one. And nowadays, the new generation coming with 3 majors, with specialization. So that's the first area. The second one's about the culture component. Culture, it's unique. There is no good, bad, white, black. Culture, it's unique. So we assess the culture similarities. The third one, Guy, we always asking for a balance between ambition and humility. Never too humble, never too ambitious. That balance, you put all that together, that fits like a right candidate for us.
Thank you, Renato. I see there's no questions, but I really appreciate you coming out here.
Thank you.
And you've taught me a lot. And maybe I'll... Thank you. Sure. So I'm going to have a little bit of fun here. So I'm going to ask Miles Thompson to stand up. And this is the greatest publisher of business books and investing books ever. And here in the audience, Miles, is Peter Hornick, and you know that his wife came up with the name of my book, The Education of a Value Investor, and it came out because his wife worked on a book called The Education of a Speculator. But now I'm going to put you and our next speaker on the spot a little bit, because Luca Dellanna's book showed up in my life, and I was trying to explain to various people what ergoticity was, and I couldn't do it. And then Luca Dellanna did it. And you know, Luca, I think that your books should eventually be published by Miles. I hope that happens. But anyway, so I put you both on the spot. Welcome, Luca. So Luca has the capacity to explain things that I can't explain. And I don't know what you're going to talk about today, but I know it's going to be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I also apologize to Luca about the horrible coffee that we have here in Omaha. We both can't wait to get back to Europe where we can drink proper coffee. But
Thank you. Yeah.
And I'm going to have fun, Miles. You're going to ask the first question just for fun. So you be ready. You're right next to the mic. Go ahead, Luca.
Thank you, Guy, for having me again, and thank you, Chantal, David, and Marianne and the Aquamarine team. Today I will talk about emotional blind spots. We all know what a blind spot is. It's what we do not know. An emotional blind spot is what we do not want to know, or what we know but do not want to do something about it. And of course, some emotional blind spots come from fear, but there are others that come from a much more interesting place. And to understand where they come from, let's begin with the example of the fact that 93% of drivers believe that they are better than average. This obvious statistical impossibility is often explained as optimism bias, but I think that there is something much more interesting going on. And it has to do with how we evaluate how good of a driver we are. We often look at things such as fatal incidents and minor incidents, and we think if I didn't cause any, then I'm a good driver. But there is a problem with that, and that's that incidents are rare events even for bad drivers. And so, for example, if the average driver causes an incident, let's say, every 15 years, 10 years of driving without an incident don't say much about whether you are better or worse than average. And instead, we need, when failure is rare, we need to look at more common occurrences to have an idea of how well we are really doing. And for example, we can look at near misses, which are, for example, emergency brakings or emergency maneuvers. Or we can look at behaviors, safe driving, unsafe driving, and so on. And this diagram that you see here, it's actually called the pyramid of risk because of this shape. For each fatal incident, there are many minor incidents. For each minor incident, there are many near misses. And for each near miss, there are many unsafe behaviors. And the principle is that the top of the pyramid mostly measures the past. And the bottom of the pyramid estimates the future. And if you only think about how you're doing based on the top of the pyramid, it might very well happen that some of your behaviors need to change, and you will not know it until it's too late. And this is quite obvious when it comes to driving, because we all know that if we are looking at the phone while driving, you are a bad driver, regardless of whether you crashed yet. But it's much less obvious, for example, when it comes to marriages or relationships, where whether the couple is still together only carries information up to a point, and instead it's much more valuable to look at the behaviors or the near misses. And even more important for work, especially for jobs in which failure can take years to materialize. In those jobs, it's very possible that the track record says one thing, which measures the past, but you need to look at the bottom of the pyramid, near misses and behaviors, to have a better idea of whether your future will also still be bright or whether you're about to crash into a wall. And why is it so hard to look at near misses? And I have a personal anecdote with that. A few months ago, I was driving in a country road, admittedly too fast. And then an animal crosses, and I make an emergency maneuver, I avoid collision. But the question is, what lesson do I take from the near miss? And the right lesson would be that the near miss is evidence I was driving too fast, and I should drive more safely. But it is so tempting to instead take the near miss as evidence that my reflexes are good, and therefore I can get away with unsafe driving. And this is a mistake we do all the time. And so it's why it's so important to always interpret near misses as a signal of dangers, a signal of a structural problem. And as I'm fond of saying, problems grow the size they need for you to acknowledge them. And if you acknowledge problems early, you will only encounter little problems. And the second thing is, near misses are like cockroaches. If you find one cockroach in your kitchen, you don't think, oh, it's just one. You know that there are 10 more lurking in the wall. And you decide whether to take decisive action, such as a disinfestation, not based on the one cockroach you see, but on the 10 whose presence it indicates. And the same applies to near misses. When you have a near miss, you don't think, oh, it's just one. But you know that it indicates 10 near misses lurking in your future. And maybe you should instead take a look at your behavior and see if there is anything to change. And then the last thing I wanted to talk today is the importance of learning from others. Not just the successes, which are prone to survivorship bias, but to their failures. And that's one of the best ways to remove emotional blind spots from our lives. Because if you think about the possible ways in which you can fail, you will very often think only about things that you are already thinking about. We all have certain areas in which we are very likely to think, and other areas in which instead we don't think. And looking at the failures of others, instead is how you can realize that very often failures comes from areas outside of your expertise. So many business people fail not because of a bad business decision, but because of a health problem, of a relationship problem, of a legal issue, of a rogue employee, something like that. And so asking yourself this very powerful question, how did other people with the same goal as mine fail is a very good way to find ideas for possible emotional blind spot of yours. Particularly important to ask yourself how smart people failed and how dumb people failed. Because it is very tempting to think smart people succeed, dumb people fail, I am smart, so I will succeed. But the problem is that very often we judge smartness or stupidity after the fact. And plenty of people were supposed to be smart until time revealed that they weren't. And so it's why it's so important for you to look not just at how dumb people failed, but also how smart people failed. And this line of inquiry, which is called the pre-mortem, is at the heart of what I call the 1-minute exercise to de-risk your life, which is one of the most powerful uses of 60 seconds I know of. And it's very simple, consists of 5 questions, and it goes like this. Question number 1, imagine you wake up in a hospital. What could have been the most likely reason, and is there anything you can do today to prevent that? Question number 2, imagine your romantic or business partner breaks up with you. What could have been the most likely reason, and is there anything you can do today to prevent that? Question 3, imagine you lose your job or your largest client. Question number 4, imagine you get sued. Question number 5, imagine you wake up in the middle of the night on a business trip and you receive a missed call from your family. What could have been the most likely reason, and is there anything you can do about that? And I know that a few people might think that this exercise is anxiety-inducing, but for me, doing this exercise a few times a year, it's actually how I de-risk my life and how I can sleep well every single night. And in fact, I always say that risk management is like car brakes. Cars have brakes, not to go slow, but to enable going fast. And the same applies to risk management. We use it in our lives not to make them slow and prudent, but to enable us to live them to their fullest. So I will just put a quick summary of what we've seen today, and thank you very much, and if you have any questions.
And it's fascinating that the 1-minute test is phenomenal. That's really very helpful, and I thank you for that. And it just seems to me that in both this and in your previous book, you very much are talking about long-term thinking and then also risk. So, and how to prevent risks and fit in this. What really propelled you into moving towards this variable mindset?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Miles.
Thanks.
Thank you, Miles. So, 2 reasons. One is because, unfortunately, in my life, I had a lot of experiences with risk. My father died young. I got diagnosed cancer some time ago. Thankfully, now I'm fine. I saw friends losing business or other things. So I've been exposed to risk, and I know just how important. Like it's one of those things that you think it's not important until it's too late. And this is one reason. The second reason is because for me, risk is not just about preventing the worst case, but really it's about enabling growth. My life was changed during my first job. I started working in a consulting company for the consulting branch of DuPont that was working exclusively on workplace safety. And the thing we noticed at some point was that we will go to a client and we will fix just their safety. But when we fix their safety, when we need to introduce a bit of good management, a bit of good thinking, to remove the big risk, suddenly we would improve everything else. Projects get delivered on time, get delivered on specs, less waste, less employee turnover, all things that are upsides that come from thinking about risk. Because to think about risk, you need to think in a good way, and when you look, you need to examine things you are not willing to examine otherwise, but by examining them, you uncover so much upside. we've seen some of those questions. Like, they're not just questions negative. If you fix some of those problems, you might really improve. If you think about the way in which, I don't know, your romantic partner, what's the most likely reason your romantic partner might break up with you, and you fix that. Not only you increase the solidity of your marriage, but you increase the enjoyment. Because very likely you will probably have touched something that was causing friction, and now it's so much better. And so that's why I care so much about risk.
Thank you so much, and to be continued.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Last question for Luca Dellanna.
Hi. First, thanks, Guy, for hosting this event, and thank you for the talk. My question is in terms of de-risking your life. Sometimes we know what the right thing to do is, but instead, like, habits get in the way of us doing those right things. So how do you think about, like, breaking those bad habits?
So you touched on something super important, which is habits instead of incentives. There is this common belief that incentives are what drive behavior. But this is not really the case, because if you think about it, we do a lot of things that go against our incentives, and we also do a lot of things for which we have no incentive for. Instead, what really drives behavior is mental habits. We do things for which we have a habit for, and we don't do things for which we don't have a habit for. And I'm not meaning habit just as in I brush my teeth every day, but I mean habits as in the habit with which our mind reacts to certain situations and to certain stimuli. And so you touch something super important, which is if you want to improve risk management, you don't need to fix incentives much. I mean, of course, there are some situations in which incentives are really bad and you need to fix that. But much more importantly, you need to fix mental habits. How people think in certain situations, how they react in certain situations. And to fix that, I will go super briefly, but I have an article which is called Culture is the Track Record, which basically answers that. And before Renato was talking about culture, for me, I always say that culture is the track record. Is the track record of what happened in the past. So for example, if in the past in my company there is a good track record that when I ask the question, when I raise the hand and I say that there is a problem, good things happen, I will raise the question, and that's what creates a culture. And the same applies to habits and to risk. You need to change the track record of how people think, of what people do, and so on. And that's something that you can only do through action and through a little bit of repetition. You cannot change habits just with good communication or with good incentives.
Luca,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm a big fan. I love the way you present things, and lots of questions for me now to go back on. And I can't wait for you to talk to Miles and to hatch something.
I will. Thank you so
much. The next speaker is Ardal, if I'm not mistaken. And, you know, talking about cloning, so Mohnish and I do the lunch with Warren Buffett, and then, yeah, come on up on stage. This is Ardal. And so then about 5 years ago, I decided that Mohnish has already cloned Warren and he's doing these charity lunches. And then I decided to clone Mohnish, who cloned Warren, and do these charity lunches. And Ardal was the one who won the charity lunch about a couple of years ago. And I can tell you that I've learned more and gotten more value from all the charity lunches that I've done. Ardal was a particularly spectacular one, but it's amazing how I auctioned a lunch off, and I get these amazing people who come into my life that I wouldn't have otherwise met, and Ardal was one of them. I still want to meet your girlfriend. I was very grateful to meet your parents. I think you've written a wonderful book, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Guy, for the introduction. Thank you also to the wider Aquamarine team for putting on this fantastic event. And then, last but not least, thank you to everybody here in the audience that's come today, including all the ones that are watching online. So today, the subject of my talk is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be on giving back. So we're all here today in Omaha, Nebraska, because of this man that you can see on the left-hand side in the photo. And we all know that that's Warren Buffett. So he both inspired and he's taught us all so much. For me personally, Warren was the inspiration for setting up my own investment partnership called Loh-Gronager Partners, and we set that up on the principles of the original Buffett partnerships that Warren ran in the 1950s and 60s. However, we're all actually here in this room today because of the woman seated on Buffett's left-hand side, and that's his first wife, Susan Thompson Buffett. Susan was mother to their 3 children, and she was also a civil rights activist with a strong focus on promoting women's rights and those of oppressed minorities. When asked about money in their relationship, Warren said that his job was to pile it high, whereas Susan's job was to pass it out to worthwhile causes. He credited Susan with broadening his view of the world and his approach to helping those less fortunate than himself, or using his own words, making him more of a whole person. Susan encouraged Warren to give back. One of the ways that Susan did this was by introducing Warren to the Glide Foundation. So for those of you that don't know about the Glide Foundation based in San Francisco, it's one of the leading charities in the world that tackles homelessness. So Warren was so impressed by their work that he decided to auction an annual charity lunch on eBay, with the winner, along with 5 of their friends, being invited to dine with him, and all of the proceeds from that auction going to charity. And so began the now famous annual Buffett charity lunch. The first, I only learned this when I wrote this speech, went for only $25,000 back in the year 2000. And then the final one went for just under $20 million in 2022. So in total, Warren raised over $50 million for the Glide Foundation. This is where the story of Susan and Warren intersects with our host today, Guy Spier. In 2007, Guy, along with his friend and fellow value investor, Mohnish Pabrai, teamed up, and they won the Buffett charity lunch famously with a winning bid of $650,100, which when the final one went for 22 or just under 20 million, seems like a bargain. A photo of which you can see from there on the right. I read a newspaper article around the time citing both Guy and Mohnish that stuck with me really ever since. And that was that when they were asked by a reporter why they had bought the lunch, they had said together that their sole purpose was to thank Warren for everything that he had done for them as investors. And that really struck a chord with me. Despite the seemingly simple goal, though, their now famous lunch with Warren, I think, altered both Guy and Monish's personal outlooks on life forever. When I asked Guy about this, when I had lunch with him, he said that Warren encouraged them both to give back. So with this in mind, Guy and Mohnish took a leaf out of Warren's book and began to auction their own annual charity lunches for the benefit of worthwhile causes. Some might say this is a tad unimaginative, but I would say that this is cloning at its finest. So I won the now famous annual Spier charity lunch auction with a winning bid of $21,200 in 2022 for the benefit of UN Watch. Myself and my 3 fellow founding partners of my investment partnership, there's Derek Villarreal, our Chief Risk Officer on the left, Jamie Goodman, our Chief Operating Officer, sitting next to him, myself, then Guy, and then finally our Chief Engagement Officer, Dr. Christian Jespersen on the right. And we met with Guy in London with the sole objective of thanking him for, through his work, inspiring a new generation of investors like ourselves. When I shared this with Guy, he fully understood what I meant, and he encouraged me by saying that even as a young fund manager, it was never too early to start giving back. And this brings me back full circle to why I'm standing in front of you all here today. Giving back comes in many forms, and I've always been a strong advocate for financial literacy, both in schools and in universities, as a way of empowering the youth of today. After a chance meeting with a publisher, I decided to write my own book about my own investing journey, with the objective of demystifying the subject. Instead of being in my 70s talking down to my audience, I'd be talking directly to my audience, as we're both on the start of our respective journeys. My book, The Perceptive Investor, which many of you have got a copy on your seats here, and for those watching online, is available to purchase in all major bookstores. Apologies for the plug there, Guy. It's also audiobook is coming out soon. My book is published in conjunction with the Financial Times newspaper. They have a charitable arm called the Financial Times Financial Literacy and Inclusion Campaign. Quite a mouthful, but because we all work in finance, they've helpfully made an acronym, so it's called FT-FLIC. to whom all proceeds from the book are being donated. FT Flick provides free training and course materials to empower teachers with the confidence to teach basic, intermediate, and advanced financial concepts to high school and to university students. Susan, Warren, and Guy were all correct. It is never too early to start giving back. And I encourage you all here today to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ardal. I didn't realize that this was going to be about me. I never cease to be amazed at this cloning idea, how when you clone people, you don't even know what you're going to get. You think from the outside it's one thing. So I never realized that I'd meet somebody like Ardal at the charity lunch. And I've met people who've helped me to learn so much about companies that I've invested in just because they wanted to meet me, and they gave charity, in most cases, to UN Watch. So it's been a real eye-opener for me. I want to tell you one thing about the charity lunch that I think is in my book, that Chris Davis was asked about fee structures. And I felt so terrible about the fact that I had this high fee structure coming in to the charity lunch with Warren Buffett that I changed the fee structure. And I never realized, first of all, that was a benefit for me of the lunch that I bid on. But then living in that fee structure is a completely different way of running money, when you know that you're not making money off your investors, you make money with your investors. Anyway, there's an amazing man called Steve Clapham who's going to ask a question, the only question, because we're short on time. I need you to know, Steve, I enjoyed so much being on your podcast. I need to invite you on mine. I haven't yet, but I will. He's the author of a wonderful book. He's also a huge advocate of financial literacy. Everybody here needs to sign up and take his courses. I've told Chantal that every analyst of mine should take his courses. I don't know what has happened to that. But anyway, I give you Steve Clapham with a question to Ardal.
I feel like I should make a speech after that. And, you know, I was going to honor the no solicitation, but thank you for that, Guy.
You're not allowed to solicit, but I'm allowed to call out what you do and solicit for you. That's totally fine.
Ardal, I just wanted to say, I mean, thank you for the support of FT Flick. As you know, I'm one of their big supporters. Can you just tell the room why financial literacy is important for you?
So I think when I look at my own journey, and I look at those of my peers around me, those of different levels and varying levels of success, one of the things they often have in common is financial literacy from an early age. In the UK, where we're from, it's not taught in schools. It's not taught as part of a normal or regular curriculum. And actually, one of the things that everybody has in common is that everybody has to exist in today's society. And I think if you don't get the basics of that right, you can hinder yourself throughout the remainder of your life. And when we discuss compounding, especially in an audience like this, we all understand the benefits of compounding, not just money, but also knowledge. We also understand negative compounding, from paying high interest rates on credit cards and borrowings that we can't afford. We understand both aspects of it. And I think that that's why that knowledge from an early age can set us on the right course for compounding positively when we move forward.
Thanks. And the people in this room are all financially literate, so they probably don't get this, but my great friend Russell Napier, who's a financial historian, he has a charity in the UK, and he has been doing financial literacy education in Scotland before FT Flick started. And he told me he went to the lecture where the teacher was teaching the students about financial literacy. And the first thing she said was, you mustn't take a credit card from a store. And the entire room turned around and he looked at this little girl in the corner who worked, I think it was for Zara. And of course, she was on commission to sell the kids credit cards, store credit cards. Afterwards, Russell said he saw the two girls chatting to each other, and one said to the other, no, mine's better than yours. Mine's 32.9%, and yours is only 31. That's the problem that we need to address.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Steve. Thank you, Ardal. Thank you for coming. So I said hello to Robert Hagstrom just now before the talk started. Robert Hagstrom really was huge for me when I discovered Warren Buffett. He was the one who explained to me the methods of Warren Buffett's investments, and he has his first book that I read that I can't remember the name of, explained to me what he was doing. And without Robert Hagstrom, I wouldn't be here today. And I'm very, very grateful for all you've taught. And the last liberal art, aren't you glad that I had the Canterbury Tales up there? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Robert Hagstrom.
Thanks, Guy. That's a very, very kind introduction, and I'm sure you would have done just fine had you not read any of my books. But so anyway, and thanks to Chantel, they just do a great job with this. And this is this has got to be one of the best, right? And it's somewhat quite intimidating with the audience that we have here. A lot of power out there. Chantel said, "How many slides this year?" Because I bought a ton of slides last year, used up all my time, and there was no time for Q&A. So I said, "Hey, Chantel, no slides. I'm going to talk real quick, and I'm going to get through this, and we're going to have some time for Q&A." And I even started watching TED videos on YouTube to try to figure out how to do this. And that was not a good decision because they're all very good. And I looked at them, and they kind of walk around the stage like it's Dancing with Stars. And they have black pants and a black turtleneck, and they got this thing on their ear with the microphone. I went to the store, I got the outfit, I went to Micro Center, I looked in the mirror. I was like an air traffic controller in a disco. I said, this isn't going to work. Of course, at this moment, I do have slide envy. It seems everybody's got a slideshow. Chris had a good slideshow. This one, has been good. And so Charlie would be disappointed that I'm envious. I'm also resentful that I didn't bring one. And I wish I had a glass of wine up here, addictive glass of wine that I could get through the presentation, so we're not off to a good start. But we'll do this quickly. Last year, I basically did a condemnation of modern portfolio theory. I said, how did we get into this mess? Because Charlie asked a very important question. He said, if the Berkshire system of investing, which is what he was talking about, is concentrated low turnover portfolio management, if it's so simple and right, why are so many eminent places wrong? Why isn't it taught more broadly in the big MBA schools? Why are there not more mutual fund organizations that have big concentrated low turnover? Why is it not more ubiquitous what Warren and Charlie are doing? And so I kind of went through the history and the genesis of modern portfolio theory, how these high priests of modern finance came up with this idea. They showed up at a really good time, 73, 74, after the big market crash. When the market went down 50%, everybody lost all their money. Pension funds were underwater, people couldn't retire. And they were trying to get back on their feet, and they were trying to figure out what to do, and the firms were saying, what's the next things? And the guys in the ivory towers said, hey, I got an idea. How about we give you good returns with low volatility and no drawdowns? And everybody said, yeah, that sounds really good. Let's do this, right? But if you really back it up, that was 50 years ago, so you can see how it's become, embedded in the system. But then if you kind of go back even 25 years before that, here's this really nice kid, 22 years old, liberal arts major, named Harry Markowitz. Never invested in the stock market, right? Never owned a business. Decided to go to grad school and was going to do economics. Was always fascinated by the relationship between risk and return. He writes this 15-page paper called Portfolio Selection, which ends up being his dissertation. And he basically says, we kind of use the terms yield and risk, and we don't really, have any idea what, kind of how to think about that. So how about we make yield expected return? I said, okay, I got that. And he said, what if we take risk and make it variable returns? Well, I said, wait a minute. Risk is not variable returns. Ben Graham had written the book 17 years earlier and said, risk is buying things that are overpriced, margin of safety. He wrote 3 textbooks about it before he wrote that dissertation. Intelligent Investor was written in 1949. He explained it again. Risk is not price volatility, it's buying something for more than it's worth. It was in John Burr Williams' book that he cited. So what we got stuck with is this, that all of a sudden when modern portfolio showed up, risk was no longer a question about, have we bought something for less than it's worth, therefore we're not acting with risk. Risk now has become, we put these things together, and if they bounce around a lot, we have a risky portfolio. So the question is, how's that working out? Not so good. Active management has been in decline for quite some time. Index investing is going up. Hedge funds are getting a lot of money, alternatives and things like that, and private equity, which we'll talk about in a minute, is scooping up tons and tons of assets. And if you don't believe me, go to SPIVA. SPIVA stands for the S&P Index versus Active Managers. It's published every year by the S&P Global outfit. And they'll go and look at all the mutual funds, and they go back. So last year we looked at it, and we looked at it the year before, and we talked about it. You can go back and look at it. So last year, I looked at it. Large cap funds whose benchmarks were the S&P 500, those who had been managing money for 10 years, there were 658 survivor funds. 89% underperformed the market. Now, if you're on the board of directors and you've been in a fund, for 10 years that hasn't beat, don't you think, let's try something else? Like, let's do something different? But it really has become embedded in the system. And it reminds me, I worked with Bill Miller for 14 years, and Bill had this saying. He said, it's not that active management doesn't work. It's the strategies used by most managers that doesn't work, right? We know what works. We've got a process that works. I wrote a book after the Warren Buffett way called Warren Buffett Portfolio. And I'll sing out to Miles Thompson, who was my publisher, who took me on 30 years ago, and we did the Warren Buffett Portfolio. It was the very first book to look at focused investing, concentrated big bet portfolios. We looked at Warren, 56 to 69. He was the only guy that had the perfect track record. But then we looked at John Maynard Keynes, was the very first concentrated low turnover portfolio manager. We looked at Charlie. We looked at Lou Simpson. We looked at Sequoia Fund. All tremendous track records. All would have violated all the modern portfolio theories. High standard deviation, tracking error out the wazoo, drawdowns whatsoever, but they beat the market. They got it done. 2006, Kremers and Petajusto come along, and they now have academically defined what focused investing is, defined as high active share portfolios, and now we know for sure high active share portfolios beat broadly diversified non-correlative portfolios, which is modern portfolio theory. Okay? So now the question is, what's next? All right, so my pet peeve today, I was mad at modern portfolio theory last year. I'm really angry about something today. So riddle me this. Tell me what is common among these two groups. On one side, I have BlackRock, Vanguard, Capital Group, which is American funds, and Franklin Templeton, large mutual fund organization. On the other side, I have Apollo, I have Blackstone, I have Carlyle, and I have KKR. What do they have in common? Oh, come on, really? They're going to partner and begin to offer private equity to individual investors in their various groups. And they have their eye on the prize. $12 trillion in 401k money, of which Larry Fink believes that 60% of it should be public securities and 40% of it should be private. Okay, so what's the selling point? I'm going to sell this to my client. I'm a broker, whatever the place is. What's the selling point? Well, I could say, hey, returns aren't bad. They're kind of market-like. They are nowhere near what Swenson's returns were in the 1990s, I guarantee you. When he was doing the 18, 19, and 20% returns, they have systematically come down. In the last 10 years, private equity, I'm not talking about credit or infrastructure, just the equity sleeves of growth, venture, and LBO cigar butt, it's averaging about 7%. You would have done a hell of a lot better just staying in the index. The illiquidity premium seems to be gone. But what are they going to sell? You know this crazy market you're in? Since Liberation Day? Are you getting sick and tired of that? Well, how about I get you some pretty good returns and no volatility? How about I get you some pretty good returns and not just low volatility, how about no volatility? And if you want to know how disingenuous with that it was, in 2022, when the Fed raised interest rates 400 basis points, the private equity market was taken to task because very few of them changed their marks on the portfolio. How can the risk-free rate go at 400 basis points and you don't reprice your portfolio? It's really quite amazing. If you ever see a portfolio in private equity, it starts at $1, and about 6 months later it's $1.02, and about 6 months later it's 97 cents, and then it goes to $1.08. Okay? And then year 7, it's $3, and you go, how did we get there, right? It's what Cliff Asness called volatility laundering. If you want to know where the Achilles heel is for investors, Amos Tversky and Kahneman got it figured out, prospect theory. A unit of pain is twice as uncomfortable as, the equal unit of positive. A unit of loss is twice as painful as an equal unit of gain. That's the Achilles heel we're fighting. And now private equity is here to say, I'm taking your pain away. And they're coming for your business. They're coming for my business. Now, what would Warren say? Warren would say, this is a bad deal for people. What would Charlie say? Perhaps more colorfully. He would have said some things, right? And what would Warren's reasons be? He said, well, the returns aren't that great. You can do better in an index fund. And he says it's going to cost a lot. All of that's true. But then he says, you're missing the point. The public markets are actually great for you. Why? You have a much bigger menu of opportunities to select from. Just think what private equity gets to do. There's not that many, they're actually long $1 trillion worth of cash right now trying to find what to do with it while they're stuck with $3.9 trillion they're supposed to have sold but nobody wants to buy. They're not operating in a good cafeteria. Look at our menu. Look how many choices we've got. Then look at the economics of some selectively great companies that are earning on capital 50%, 70%, Apple 100%, NVIDIA 100%, MasterCard 50%. And he goes, here's the best part. You're going to get them at bargains every once in a while. Private equity never sells at bargains. The competition for all the deals are such they never sell at a discount. So once again, we're on the right side. Right, Charlie say rationally, everything is on the right side for us. Concentrated, low turnover portfolios in public markets. And I called modern portfolio theory a leviathan. I will tell you, private equity is like a kraken at the gates, ready to get going. Why? Last year was the first year they had a decline in asset raises. People are selling private equity. When Yale had to raise money, when Harvard had to raise money, what did they sell? They didn't sell public securities. Can't sell them in family offices. The endowments are to here. The pension funds are to here. Everybody's, I'm up to the gills. I'm maxed out. So if you're in the private equity business, what do you do? And God knows the individual investor is the last trick to get. And they're coming for them. And they're coming for my business. So I'll stop here. Guy, maybe you'll have a question for us or anybody else. And I'm going to be around for lunch if anybody wants to go one-on-one.
So before I give my commentary, I'm going to just put Doerthe on warning that we're not going to get to lunch before we get her on stage because she's the best representative of Charlie Munger that we have, and Chantal's going to get her on. So, no meeting is complete without Doerthe coming to the stage. But I'm going to. So I think that Robert, I miss Charlie because Charlie we know that we would have gotten a question tomorrow about this, and he would have ripped the private equity funds several new orifices in their bodies, and he would have done it in his inimicable way. But so instead we have Robert Hagstrom, and I just want to say, doing that, he's making so many enemies around the world who are listening to this because so many people with powerful, huge fat fee structures don't want him saying what he's saying. So before I give the last word to Doerthe, I want to ask you, how do you have the courage to say that?
Well, truth wins out. Charlie would want you to say it. Warren would want you to say it. But I want to say to Doerthe that we have a connection. I got one of Charlie's letters that you sent back to me in 2000 when I sent him lattice work that Miles and I wrote. In typical Charlie fashion, he said, Robert, I think you've done a good job with a difficult subject. So Robert, and that's it. And you put it in an envelope and you sent it back to me. So thank you very much.
So Doerthe, I'm going to let one person ask a question of Robert, and then I'm going to give you the last word, if that's okay. So go ahead with your question.
Hey, thank you very much for speaking on this topic today. I had a quick question regarding Apollo and a lot of the private equity shops that have launched like private credit ETFs or other ways for equity investors to participate in private markets. What are your views on that, and what do you think like Warren would feel about that.
All right, well, I'll be very brief. I think, first of all, I don't have a war with credit. I don't have a war with infrastructure. I actually give my money to Brookfield on infrastructure. I'd rather do it in the public market and be able to, Bruce does a good job on that. My war is with the equity side, where the returns are going down. There's no illiquid premiums to be had anymore, and they're not selling really good returns. They're selling low vol. So now in ETFs, it's going to run into the same problem that Blackstone had in their real estate fund is, and they're going to try to put up gates at 20% redemptions. You can only redeem up to 20%. But when the horde changes and they want to move, people are going to yell just like they did at Blackstone. So it's going to be a problem.
Thank you for the answer. Dorothy, how do you feel? Commentary on the meeting, and I'm going to give you the mic.
Well, I didn't expect this, but here I am again. All I can say, Mr. Munger, studied value line and this and that, and when he finally made a decision to buy something or invest, that was it, and he was holding it forever. He never sold anything. He just bought.
Thank you. Thank you all. I give you the person who's really behind this that I take instructions for. Chantal will tell you what to do next.
Thank you. So thank you very much for being with us. We invite you for lunch because we cannot have you here and not feed you. So outside, it's lunch for everybody. Please be back in here at 10 to 1 because we start again at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
seat so we can continue at 1. Please take a seat, that we can continue. Thank you. Just click here down on this thing. Then it starts.
And then it goes back and forth with
Yep.
right and left, or
Exactly.
right and left arrows?
Yep. You can try if you want. Yep. And you always see the next slide.
She said she wasn't going to go back to lunch to this. I believe so. Thank you for asking. Dorothy's the best. She's got the thrill.
So there's afterwards. I'll be there. Afterwards. Thank you.
You know, there's a 2% chance she's not joking.
There's Guy Spier.
This is hilarious. He's got goodness.
Yeah.
It's going to be gross.
if you're missing your phone that was outside on the table, just come to me on the front.
Can you please all take a seat? We're starting again. And we found a mobile phone. Did anybody lose his mobile phone? Is that? Okay, good. Thanks very much.
I like cold calling people. So William Green. So I have a question for you. So I understand that you've described our mutual friend Brian as a Boy Scout. Do you want to elaborate? Come up and elaborate.
I'm agile enough to get up on the stage from here. Brian represents a lot of really great qualities like this. When I think of someone taking really seriously being a custodian of other people's money and having a sense of honor. And we went a few years ago to stay with Brian and Gillian in Fire Island. And it was really striking to me, Brian's relationship with the fire department and that he was part of the volunteer fire department. And it's like this sense of duty. And I think part of why it struck me as this kind of great sort of Boy Scout characteristic of mucking in and helping and putting your life at risk and making sure everyone was going to be okay, was that I was so not inclined to do that sort of thing. The idea of me running out and trying to put out fires was so far from what I wanted to do. I like to sort of sit quietly and read books, and although he does that too. So yeah, he's a good boy. We saw him this morning, and he'd gone out running. I'd come down at 5 something to get coffee, and to read. So yeah, so Brian, yeah, I just think you represent a lot of great values, sort of traditional, good citizen values, and so I'm happy to have you as a friend.
And no, we're not going to do self-congratulation, but he's also a geek. And so you're going to get geeked out now for about 15 minutes. Brian thinks it's going to be 18, but it's not. It's going to be 15. So I give you Brian Lawrence.
All right. Thank you, Guy. There are going to be a lot of numbers here. Don't think you have to read them. Just pay attention to me. The slides have been posted at my feed on X, so you can get them later. My objective is to give you some sort of understanding of what's happening in American politics without being political, and to call you guys to action. And whatever you think of today's politics, I think 3 things are clear. The first is that Donald Trump, since he rode down that escalator 10 years ago, has dominated US politics. He's won the presidential election twice. The second is that the Democrats, polling at 27%, are at their lowest approval rating ever. And the third is that our politics are filled with tweets and bitterness. So driving the bitterness of our politics, I think, is the government's inability to get stuff done. What I want to talk about is something today that really needs to get done. My day job is to manage money. But we also read annual reports of the US government because the government is a 21% partner in everything that we do, and there's some stuff going wrong that impacts all of business. Reading these annual reports, it's obvious that the US has a big problem that could be easily fixed. If fixed, would make our politics much more healthy. But it's intensely resisted by lobbyists who are, because we're an indifferent majority of voters, they're winning in the dark, and I want to talk about that. First thing I want to talk about is US healthcare, which has become more expensive and more ineffective than that of any other developed country. The red line shows, is the right-hand scale showing life expectancy since 1971, and the blue line is how much US GDP, US healthcare costs as a percent of GDP relative to an average of the OECD, other developed countries. So in 1971, we were 1.5 percentage points of GDP more expensive, but we lived 1.75 years longer. Now we're 8 percentage points of GDP more expensive, and we live 4 years less, which is not good. This is a chart you guys may be familiar with. It's sort of shocking. The people in this room, I suspect, are in the 1%. We've done well. Since 1970, the 62% of Americans who have a high school education have seen virtually no growth in real income. We just saw what happened to their health care. Another big component of their expenses is housing. In 1970, the median US home cost 2.5 times income, now costs 7 times income. We're told by the Federal Reserve that 40% of Americans cannot come up with $400 of emergency savings. Housing and healthcare costs have crushed the finances of working class Americans. This is the math of what has happened. The real life impact is that a high school degree no longer is a guarantor of the American dream, defined as owning your own home, being able to save money, and being able to retire with dignity. This chart shocked me when I first saw it. I first saw it 2 months ago. I didn't believe it at first, but go do your own research. The 2/3 of Americans with a high school degree are represented by that red line. Their life expectancy used to be 2 years less than that of college-educated Americans just 30 years ago. It's now 8 years less. And it's shown an absolute decline. Absolute declines in life expectancy, I'm aware of only one other one in the history of developed nations. It's Russians after the fall of the Soviet Union. All Americans should look at this chart and think carefully about what are the causes of it? What do we owe each other as Americans? How do we fix it? This chart is why our politics are so bitter. There's a big debate over what's caused all of this to happen. You can go back and read these books. The 2013 Charles Murray, it's lifestyle choices of the working class. 2022 Scott Galloway, it's tax policy that favors the rich and the elderly at the expense of young and working class. 2024, there began to be another thread in the national dialogue. It's the fault of free trade and of immigrants. And in November 2024, a paper was released. It became the talk of Wall Street by a guy named Stephen Miran, who is now the head of Trump's Council of Economic Advisors. It blames the reserve currency. A 10% overvalued reserve currency, in Miran's telling, says if you've got a widget factory in Ohio with a 10% margin and another widget factory in Dusseldorf with a 10% margin, and you allow a reserve currency to play out over decades, the Ohio factory will close, Dusseldorf's margins will double. In Ohio, a bunch of workers get laid off in a town, the town collapses, opioids and immigrants. It's a debate. It's very unclear what the real causes are, but we now have tariffs. Tariffs are a reflection of this big debate about free trade underway. This is calling into question everything that I learned and most of you learned in college undergraduate economics. There is no debate, though, about the anger of the working class. The working class vote to elect Donald Trump for the second time is basically a questioning of elite establishment. It's a questioning of the entire system. Our taxes will not be raised, they say, and you will not cut our entitlements. You will not cut Medicare, you will not cut Social Security, and that's what Donald Trump has told them. There's also no debate that we have a deficit issue. Interest expense now exceeds defense spending, and we all are familiar with that line going up and to the right. We're now at levels last seen after the victory in World War II, but the debt as a percent of GDP is meant to go up and to the right. That's commonly known. What's less commonly known is if you read the annual report of the US government, you look at the assumptions that are being used to get to that projection, they're laughable. If an analyst presented me with these projections and these assumptions, I would tell him to go back to the drawing board. How likely is it that over the next 30 years there'll be no recessions or wars or pandemics? How likely is it that we're going to be able to spend just 3% of GDP on defense with a Navy that's now smaller than the Chinese Navy? How likely is it that interest rates on treasuries will stay at 4%, even as this debt rate relative to the economy goes up, and treasuries are now at 4.5%? How likely is it that women will have 1.9 babies when the birth rate has fallen to 1.6? How are we feeling about immigration? The only two things on this chart in these assumptions that are sort of opportunities, one is real GDP growth of 2%. Maybe AI bails us out, not in our control. And the other is they're assuming that healthcare costs per capita will grow at 2% a year. They've grown 2.4% a year real over the last 20 years. They're assuming 2%. That is within our control. There is a massive opportunity to reduce US healthcare prices. Again, this chart stunned me. I encourage you to do your own research. Humira and Ozempic are two of the largest, most important drugs sold in the United States. Medicare, with its buying powers, the largest purchaser of prescription drugs in the world, is paying 8 times for Ozempic what the Swiss and the Germans are paying. And if you go and you study what is being paid by insurance, Germans and the Swiss have insurance systems too, but by US insurance, for angioplasties, appendectomies, hip replacements, you find a constant pattern. We're paying 2 to 4 times what other countries are paying. Insurance has a fundamental problem. It protects you from adversity, but also camouflages cost. The Swiss and the German systems are designed intelligently to avoid the danger of insurance used for healthcare. Our healthcare system is basically like using auto insurance to pay for gasoline. If you pulled up to gas stations and the prices were invisible, and you got like some sort of aggregated bill for the gasoline expenditures of the entire United States, who here doubts that gasoline prices would increase? So to keep that line from going up and to the right, there's this concept called the fiscal gap. It's the immediate and permanent either increase in taxes and or reduction in spending expressed as a percentage point of GDP to flatten the line at about 100% of GDP. The US Treasury estimates 4.3%, but we just saw how silly the assumptions are. Stanley Druckenmiller, the world's greatest macro investor, does this same math and comes up with close to 8%. I think the answer is somewhere in between. I think we need like a 6 percentage point adjustment. If you look at these same numbers for Europe, by the way, Europe has problems, but they need a 2 percentage point adjustment. 6 is a lot more than 2. If you look at the menu of choices, they do not add up to 6 very easily, which is why we keep hitting the debt ceiling. Elon has talked about $1 trillion of Doge savings. He's down to $150 billion. That's 0.5% of GDP. If you actually manage to get the working class to agree to a 2-year increase in retirement ages, that's 0.6% of GDP. If you took the top 1% of Americans who already pay 40% of taxes, and you took their share of taxes up, you increased it 50%, that's 1.7% of GDP. These are all painful choices. The choice that stands out from the government's own annual reports is if you just took that 2 percentage point growth in real healthcare expenditure per capita and you made it 1 percentage point, it's 3 percentage points of GDP. It's compound math at work. There's so much healthcare spending flowing through the government, Medicare, Medicaid, and subsidies for private insurance, and tax breaks for private insurance, that it would have this extraordinary impact. So how do you bend it down? Hey, use Medicare's buying power. Shouldn't be that hard. Biden had in the Inflation Reduction Act 3 years ago, 10 drugs out of the 1,000 drugs. Prices are going to be negotiated. They represent 8% of spending. 3 years later, nothing has happened. Okay? Require hospitals and insurers to make their prices transparent. Who American here has ever gotten a bill from a hospital that made any intelligible sense whatsoever? And the stuff that you get from your health insurers, does any of that make any sense? Make this stuff transparent so that CFOs of companies can negotiate with Cigna or United Health to bend the cost of an appendectomy for their employees in Cleveland down. Use the power of Medicare to drop the cost of drugs by 90%. Why has it happened? The dirty secret of American politics, and this data is coming from a very cool source called opensecrets.org. It's work I did 12 years ago. If you take a CEO who's operating a business in an industry that touches the government, and you ask that CEO, possibly after some martinis, what the highest return on his spending there is, he will say lobbying. So I encourage you to go find the Amgen CEO's transcript from 2013, where he talked about $5 million of lobbying expense securing a $500 million increase in payments for his drugs for Medicare. It's a 100-to-1 return. If you compare it to what the American Medical Association did in 2013, they spent $21 million a year to avoid a reduction in Medicare spending for doctors of $30 billion. That's 1,500 to 1, which is pretty fancy in 1 year, given that it took Warren Buffett 37 years to go 1,000 to 1. Our system is a glory of democracy, but it's also an outlier in terms of how we fund elections. US elections, and I'm talking here federal elections, this is the president, 33 or 34 senators, and 435 representatives. This last one cost $16 billion, and it took 2 years. If you run into an elected official, they're always raising money for these 30-second TV ads. Has anyone in this room ever learned anything substantive from a 30-second TV ad? But it consumes our politicians. Germany and Switzerland, with those more rational healthcare prices, 5 to 6 week campaigns, total election cost, not $50 per person like we have in the US, but like $2 to $6 a person, like an order of magnitude less. Political ads on TV and radio are illegal in those countries. The stations have to make time available for free. Our founders had a fancy word for lobbyists. They called them factions. And they wrote in the Federalist Papers about the danger of faction. A faction, a group of a highly organized group of people in a democracy who really want something, and a disinterested majority who does not pay attention. And they thought and thought and thought about ways to suppress faction. In Federalist 10, James Madison tells us that liberty is to faction what air is to fire. You can't suppress faction without taking away political speech, and it's been reemphasized in Citizens United that a campaign contribution is an expression of free speech. But I just submit to you, if you look, it's too hard for you to say, but you can see it on the slides on X. The things that have exploded in the last 25 years are things that touch the government, hospital services and housing with all of its permitting requirements, and medicines. They've all gone up by these crazy numbers. Things that are not subject to the power of lobbyists have come down, like software and televisions. I submit that Michael Porter's 5 forces should be amended to include a 6th force, which is the power of lobbyists. This problem is too big for businesses to fix. Jamie Dimon, Warren Buffett, and Jeff Bezos. Can anyone think of 3 more talented CEOs leading organizations larger than, and more effective than the ones that they lead? They formed a joint venture in 2018 called Haven to address this. They got Atul Gawande to run it. It closed 3 years later, having had no impact. This problem, it's like that line from Jaws, we're going to need a bigger boat. Like, it's beyond the size of business to fix. So what can you do? Okay? Madison's answer to this was shine a light on it. Okay? Everyone in this room, I think, many of the people in this room have politicians who come and ask for a donation. Do not let them leave that conversation without asking them, why are you allowing Medicare to pay 8 times for Ozempic, what every other country pays? It should be embarrassing for you to be you. Why is that? And of course the answer is because the pharmaceutical lobby is a big part of the $50 million that senator needs to raise every 6 years to stay elected. But just press them. Second thing is, there is a bill in the Senate, Senate 3548. Believe it or not, it has been co-sponsored by 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and a socialist, okay? And it's asking that hospitals and insurers be required to provide transparent pricing, okay? 90% of Americans would support this. But if you talk to the senators about why it is stuck in committee, it's because of special interests, right? Please don't let the lobbyists win in the dark. I think if we fix this, I'm such a believer in this country, like, there's no better place to start a business, there's no better place, the rule of law, democracy, we've been an example to the world, 80 years since World War II. If we fix this, fixing our deficit gets much easier, fixing our broken politics gets much easier, the stress on the working class gets much better. I would not trade our next century for any other century, but this is just hanging there. And I would really like you guys to think about this as you come into contact with the journalists and politicians you talk to. Thank you.
That was an amazing speech. That really was. I've never seen you, heard you talk that way. And it's inspiring, actually.
But this is different than what you said last night.
I don't know, like, who wants to react to this? Because it's really inspiring. Go ahead. Yeah, really. I'm going to do something else which is really fun. We're going to have Chris Bloomstran later. He's a very verbal person. I want your reaction to this. Do you mind? Some reaction for what we've just heard, because I know you have extremely important thoughts on it. You've thought about it. You've written about it. I was going to introduce you later, but
I've been saying for my 35-year career that certainly healthcare costs and education costs can't rise faster than GDP forever, and they have for 35 years. This is in the too hard pile. Doge can't cut $1 trillion. The vast majority of our $6 trillion budget is non-discretionary. Even half of defense is non-discretionary. Half is discretionary. There's very little fat to cut. It's a tough problem, and it's a tax on the economy, tax on us in perpetuity. I don't know how you fix it.
We're going to hear
zero insight there.
This is so much fun, Chris. You and I have the mic. Brian doesn't. Okay.
I'm just going to say that at the heart of our politics is whatever the reason for it is, 2/3 of Americans are feeling pretty upset about the system, and you damn well better keep your promise to me. But you can keep the promise to them, but pay 1/8 for the drugs, pay 1/2 for the hip replacement. And that's what's insane. Like, it's not about the promise, it's about the ridiculous inefficiency.
You brought this up with Ted Wexler yesterday. Can you give his response?
Thanks to Jillian, I've gotten to know Ted. And the first time I talked to Ted was, I think, 2 years ago. And I walked up to him.
So sorry, this is so much fun for me. Thanks for Jillian, my ever-loving wife that I love so much. Call her out and say her book is in the honor.
I'm not supposed to plug thing at a ValueX. But she has an amazing book. You can see it on Amazon. Oh, it's okay. Never mind. So I got introduced to Ted, and within 45 seconds, I had said to him, "Have you read the annual report of the U.S. government?" And what I find is, it's published by the Treasury Secretary. It's audited by the General Government Accountability Office. Like, the number of people who've actually read it is basically zero among journalists and politicians. And Ted immediately said, "I have read it, it's terrifying, I don't know what we should do, we've got to do something about healthcare." Like, so Ted is on this.
Forgive me, because this is fun. So you had a conversation about epic systems. Can you relate that a little bit as well? So we were sitting at a dinner last night, and it was amazing. I just listened to Brian and Ted talk for about 15 minutes. I learned more in that 15 minutes than I had the previous 3 days. So talk about epic systems.
Yeah, who can I see a show of hands? Who here listens to the Acquired podcast? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Ben and David are amazing. Their latest dropped last week. It's on Epic Systems, a company you may not have heard of. But for about 60% of American hospitals, they're the health information system. And they went from like 50 million of revenues to 6 billion because the government spent $36 billion requiring that everyone use their stuff. And yet, what it's for is upcoding. Like, if someone comes in to an emergency room and the doctors have to very quickly do stuff, they're typing things into the Epic system. Later, the accounts receivable department turns what happened medically into the idealized, most efficient way to extract money from either Medicare or Medicaid or the private insurer. And they're at the heart of this. And so what Ted and I were talking about, like, it's the quality of earnings. Like, it's a glorious business. Its proprietor has made $50 billion of personal wealth. It's a Berkshire Hathaway business, except that it's killing us.
Last question from me. You had Chris Davis here, and you clearly talk about this to Chris, and he's very optimistic at the end of the day. So how do the conversations end up with you and him? Who wins, the optimism or the pessimism?
I think the reason that I'm so upset about this is that all of this began because there are two senators who are friends of mine, like drinking, having fun kind of friends. It'd be like as if you were a senator. And I would write memos to them after reading the annual report, and they'd say, that can't possibly be true. So I'd send it to the Washington Post to be fact-checked, and they'd publish it as an op-ed. And now one of them has decided the Senate is so frustrating that he's going to run for governor of his state. He's just done. And the other one is the co-sponsor, Hickenlooper, Colorado, right there. And he told me last week, I can't get it out of committee. So like, it's like, I see it happening. Like, I'm not in the room where it happens, but I'm in right outside, talking to the people in it. And it's just deeply frustrating because what eventually will force them to act is a treasury bond auction failure. That's what will force them. But it could have been fixed so much earlier.
Continue, but thank you so much. And thanks for sharing. I've never, Brian is obviously extremely smart and is a policy geek, but you've never spoken with such gravitas about the subject. And I don't know, maybe that will go out somewhere.
Because you and I are often talking about things that are not gravitas-like.
Should we go there?
We should not.
So now it's my privilege and honor to present somebody who's a kind of, used to be a sibling for me. So I've been on trips with Mohnish and with Monsoon in India, where I don't know why, we related to each other as siblings, and it was so much fun having breakfast with, I don't know, she's a sibling in a way. That's the relationship that I have with her. We both look up to Mohnish. He's both taught us so much. We've both learned from him so many things about life, sitting in the back of a taxi with my shoes off in between the seats in the front, talking about being late to meetings, talking about taxi drivers, talking about all sorts of things. He comes up, Mohnish, and I guess Monsoon has had it. You can come up already, a lot more than I do. I don't know if Mohnish is in the room already, but he always like sort of randomly quote from Indian poetry and relevant to the subject, which is so much fun. So I share that with Monsoon. I give you Monsoon.
Thank you. Okay, great. I have a lot of photos of Guy with his shoes off on my Snapchat because, yeah, we would be waiting for a meeting, and Indians, we run late on time. So the meeting would be starting 15, 20 minutes, and then my dad likes to come early, so we would be there for almost like 40 minutes before the meeting would start. And I have one really nice photo of Guy lying down on the couch with his shoes off, and we're waiting to meet the CEO of some public Indian company. And we've also, I think our other really fun trip was to the Mau Tai factory in Zuni. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Okay, so it is so lovely to be here today in Omaha. I'm just going to rearrange this a little bit so I can see my notes. Okay. Yeah, so it's so lovely to be here today in Omaha. This weekend is my 13th Berkshire Hathaway weekend, and I'm very excited for what Buffett has to say tomorrow. I'm sure everyone in this room feels the same way. And I want to introduce you all to an investment idea. We're actually going to talk about a company. And so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about one of Buffett's principles. The second thing we're going to do is examine that principle in today's market. And then we'll talk about the investment idea. And you might stand to make a little money. So this, before we get into the quote and Buffett, this photo was taken by Michael O'Brien in 1988. And Michael is in the room. It's right there. A little hello. And I've overlaid the photo with some text. So Buffett says, in an inflationary world, a toll bridge would be a great thing to own because you've laid out the capital costs, you've built it in old dollars, and you don't have to keep replacing it. You make all your money in new dollars. It's a great principle. And the toll bridge I want to talk about today are dominant stock exchanges. So dominant stock exchanges are natural monopolies. They are exceptional businesses across the globe. They have very high return on equity. They have high margins and very high operating leverage. You and I, when we trade stocks, we don't notice any of the fees that we pay to the exchange. Let me go right here. Okay, yeah, and because these transactions are fully digital, it's highly profitable. I'm just gonna put this down. It's highly profitable, and the exchange takes a very small cut out of every single transaction, and the stock exchanges are agnostic toll bridges. So it doesn't matter if you're buying or selling.
if the market is going up or down, the exchange will make fees on every single transaction, and they're going to make a ton of money on it. So the stock exchange I want to talk about today is the National Stock Exchange of India, or the NSE. So the NSE provides a platform for companies to list themselves to IPO. Last year, India had 327 IPOs, and the NASDAQ had 171. And now this is a smart room. You're all going to be thinking, well, surely the NASDAQ probably raised more than the NSE, and you're correct. The NASDAQ last year raised $23 billion through IPOs, but the NSE raised $19.9 billion, $20 billion through IPOs. That's exceptional for an emerging market. The NSE also sells corporate bonds and securities. They provide a place for us to buy and sell stock. We're very familiar with this. And they also maintain the Nifty 50 index and a couple of other major market indices. Other than that, you can sell equities, ETFs, mutual funds, derivatives, currency derivatives, and debt instruments. We're very familiar with the stock exchange. The main reason why the NSE is such an exciting investment is because of the backdrop of the Indian financial market. So Indians traditionally love to invest in three things: fixed deposits, real estate, and gold. Indians own 25% of the world's gold, and Indian women, we own about 16% of the world's gold. Indians love to invest in things that they can feel, see, and touch, which makes sense traditionally. But there are strong trends in India moving towards to securities and stocks as a serious asset class, and it shows up in the numbers. So in 2015, we had 25 million brokerage accounts in India. This is a population over 1 billion people, 1.4 billion people. Right before COVID, we had 40 million brokerage accounts. And in COVID, we saw the biggest bump. So the same way in the US, where everyone was at home trading on Robinhood, the same thing happened in India on Zerodha and Grow, where we had 60 million brokerage accounts added over an 18-month period. And a lot of critics like to say, it was a one-time thing, it was COVID, everyone was at home. And it's not true. Ever since 2022, every single year, we've added 25 million brokerage accounts, new brokerage accounts to India. This isn't 175 million people. This is 175 million brokerage accounts. So on average, maybe 1.7 brokerage account per person, which gives us a penetration of less than 7% of the total Indian market. This is an incredible tailwind of flow for any toll bridge. And the NSE stands to make a lot of money from this. Okay, so the other stock exchange in India is the Bombay Stock Exchange, or the BSE. And the BSE and the NSE have the same 1,300 trading partners, or brokerages, that they trade with, the majority of the daily liquidity. Across every metric, derivatives, equities, debt, everything, mutual funds, there is natural favoritism towards the NSE, and the regulator is very familiar with this and not excited about it. So they frequently will give the Bombay Stock Exchange first entry to a new market. And by the time they clear the NSE, even when the Bombay Stock Exchange has a 12-month head start, the NSE within 6 months takes the majority of the share. There is natural favoritism for the NSE in India. So the Bombay Stock Exchange right now trades at 60 times, roughly 60 times for every $1 of profit. And the NSE trades at 30 times for every $1 of profit. And the reason for the discrepancy is because the NSE is currently privately held by 22,000 shareholders in India, and the BSE is publicly traded. So we have about a 50% discount to its significantly worse competitor. I want to make sure I don't miss anything on this. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so what do we know? We know that toll bridges are great investments. Buffett says so, and he knows everything. We also know that the NSE is an agnostic toll bridge. If it goes up or down, they make money. It doesn't matter. It's also set with very healthy flows from the Indian financial market and the trend of the young generation moving more and more towards the stock market. And the median age in India is 29. So we have a very young...
By Brian's speech, apparently there are a couple of questions. So if you want to transfer your question, that you were standing there and I didn't notice you, to Monsoon, you're welcome to transfer it to Monsoon if you want to get up. But I guess I'll go straight into my question. I was with Girish, who was over here in the audience in October, and I visited the National Stock Exchange.
Yes.
And I'm just going to ask a question for me while people gather at the mic. I understood the difference between the Bombay Stock Exchange because we also visited them on Dalal Street. If you wonder why Mohnish Pabrai appears in stock holdings with Dalal Street, Mohnish Pabrai appears in stock holdings with Dalal Street. So that is the street that's like Wall Street for India. So the National Stock Exchange wants to go after the energy trading business. And I understood that very clearly when I was at that meeting, and I reevaluated my investment in India Energy Exchange. But they're not a publicly traded company.
No.
And they're also highly regulated.
Yes.
I don't know, can you explain the dynamics a little bit and the politics behind it? Because I understood in that meeting, I don't know if Girish is in the room, but politics plays a much...
He's right there.
Girish, do you want to comment? No, he doesn't.
You're more than welcome to.
So what is your understanding of the regulatory politics behind what is going on in India? So I show up as a US investor or a Western investor and I don't see the politics. Can you let us in a little bit on what's going on behind the scenes?
I think that's a really good question.
And before I get you to answer it, I'm going to try again with Girish.
Yeah, you should,
The
Girish, you should come up.
breeze on the floor.
I
Come on,
bump
Girish.
into Girish in India when we're both meeting separate companies at the same hotels.
Do you mind bringing him up?
Yeah,
on
please. No, I would love that.
So
I love his notes, so it's super exciting for me.
I had the most amazing week with Girish. Like, it was awesome. Come up and you ask the better question. So why don't you answer my question,
Yes.
and then Girish will ask the next question.
Perfect.
Sure.
Okay, so for Guy's question that asks about the regulatory kind of framework that India has, I think there's a couple of good explaining how Delhi thinks about it. So I have two examples. The first is we had bomb attacks in the Taj Hotel in Mumbai in India, 2011? I forgot what year, some year. And what they knew was that one of the terrorists had visited India twice on a visa within a 6-month period. So then what they did is they said nobody can come to India twice within a 6-month period on a visa to India, which was hard for us coming from the US to visit. And I think they turned back that rule after almost 3 years. So, and the other example is Delhi does not want to have Indians gambling, which is fine if they feel that way. And so what they did is they put a 26% goods and services tax on betting in India, but it's not on the gains or the losses, it's on the bet. So if you make a 100 rupee bet, you pay 26 rupees on top of that in tax, which I think there's nowhere in the world that does that. The tax is on the gains against the losses. And so what we've noticed with India is if they feel something is a little bit off, they come down with a severe punishment. So yeah, between the NSE and the BSE, all the liquidity is on NSE. The regulator does not like that. I think they're worried about it not being a two-player market. So they put different roadblocks into place. One example is the derivatives market, or the derivatives, 99% of derivatives in India go through NSE. The regulator was upset, SEBI, which is the Indian SEC, and they put a rule that any contract expiring on Friday has to clear through the Bombay Stock Exchange. We have not seen that anywhere in the world. So now they have 85% share of the derivatives market. It's still a majority share. And I think I actually like that it's highly regulated. I think, so the NSE was born out of a problem with the BSE in 1992, the Harshad Mehta scandal. The Indian government put a committee of 5 people to figure out how to make the Indian market more transparent for trading, and the NSE was their solution. So it's highly regulated, it's an excellent business, it's at a $60 billion US dollar market cap, and it serves a great purpose, and it's just, it's a good toll bridge. So yeah, I'm excited for Girish's question.
No, I'll ask a question. I guess the futures and options trading in India is very, very high relative to anywhere else in the world. And it's a bit gambling, very hot with personal, individual investors and stuff. And a lot of the earnings for NSE are from that.
Yes.
So how do you feel about that? And could it go down a lot? I think the government's concerned. So
No,
maybe
yeah,
you
so
can talk about that.
I think there was some statistic of, there were a lot of people trading in the derivatives market in India. The NSE is the largest exchange for derivatives 5 years in a row in the world. And they were worried about the wrong types of people losing money on futures and options in India, and they put actually a ton of regulation into that just recently, in the last 2 or 3 months. And so the NSE is going to see a hit on revenue and profit from that. But when I talked to the NSE's team about it, they agree with that regulation. They think it makes sense. They think in the long term they're going to be fine. And they want the right people who are who know what they're doing to be involved in the market. They're pushing for financial literacy. And we're also seeing a lot of high frequency trading coming in from European and US funds into India, which I think is a better tailwind for this kind of class of investment. And I would prefer it to not be not as well financially literate Indians than, I think it's the correct move. And I do think there needs to be a little bit of cleanup, and I think they're doing the best they can. Yeah.
I see nobody at the mic, so
Okay.
David, is that okay so we have no questions at the mic. Girish is walking off because he
Yes.
doesn't like the limelight, which is one of the reasons why I love him. He's the most amazing thinker.
Yes.
And many of the best minds, you don't actually find them on stages because they're quietly beavering away. That's true of so many people, and it's true of Girish. But any questions from the audience before we move on? No?
There's one right there.
Oh, so going forwards, you need to go to the mic, but go ahead.
What's the average holding period of stock in India, and how has the trend been going, say, over the last decade?
I actually don't know the answer to that question, but I do know Indians are long-term holders. It would not be as short as Turkey. That's, I think, like a 3-day holding period. And I actually would go as far to say is Indians probably are holding equities longer than Americans. Just because of there are some real estate, gold, fixed deposit holding tendencies. I would assume it's longer, but I actually don't know exactly what it is. But great question.
My last question.
Yes.
How do you divide your portfolio between, you're an American and you're also Indian. So is your portfolio, how much of it is US, how much of it is Europe? I know that you're also a big fan of LVMH.
Oh, yes.
And how do you decide to allocate between the three, if you like?
I don't think about it geography by geography. I think about it company by company. But I would say the geography does play a role. The Indian market is quite volatile, so I don't like to size it up too much. Right now it's about 30%, and the US is 50%, and then Europe is 10%. And I see it changing in the future. And I don't know. I think what I like is that I look at it as just individual companies, one by one, and not so much, we can't have more than 40% of our companies in Europe or India. Yeah. How about you? How do you think about your? Guy also invests in India, so.
I'm not here to ask.
But I would like to know.
questions.
I would like to know. I would like to know how you think about it, country by country, so that I can learn and we can all learn.
One of the best performing positions in my portfolio is a company that was spun out by Fiat The only reason why I learned about fiat is through your father, and I looked at a company trading at 1 times earnings. And another company in my portfolio is Exor. Exor decided to sell down their shares of Ferrari because it had become more than 50% of their market cap. And I find repeatedly that I have companies that I put in at 5% and suddenly become 25%, 30% of the portfolio. And I wonder at what point I need to do John Elkann and sell down. And I have no bias towards how much in any particular country, although, yes, so it's a hard question.
No, although what? Although what?
Warren just sold half of his portfolio.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm glad that he did that for himself, but I'm glad I didn't do that for myself. So I don't really know the answer. That's why I get all these people on stage. Maybe they can tell me the answer. But thank you.
Thank you, Guy.
So much,
Yes, thank you, everyone.
We next have, hang around, your father will be around later. You know. The next speaker is an introduction from Miles Thompson, and he's got some very important views, and he'll have some critical views, I believe, in what Monsoon and I have just shared. I'm looking for him in the audience, or do I have the right speaker, David? I saw him earlier, but now he's not here, maybe. What have I missed? Say again? Yeah, so Michael is not here. I look forward to seeing him when he is here, but we will go, he is here. So Chris, you're after Michael, but no problem. I'm not involved in organization, but Michael is going to simplify everything for us, and I think he's got a very important message to share. Grateful to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can just, David can help with tech if you want to stick something in. David?
Oh, that's the transmitter. Okay. Where do you want me to plug it in?
I used to be a tech guy, and then David came along and made me realize that I'm not a tech guy, and I'm now not allowed to touch our Salesforce instance. He quietly removed all admin features from my accounts. So one day I tried to mess around with, anyway, I've crashed our internal systems multiple times. And then one other thing while David gets this together, which is, David, you'll enjoy this. So every single piece of software that David realizes might be good for us, he realizes that I already had a trial on it, and there's no free trial available because our organization is already, isn't that right? Anyway, great to have you here. Looking forward to your presentation. Yeah.
Okay, I'm a walker, so we'll pull that off the thing. This is going to be a little bit of a different presentation. I'm going to go relatively fast because there's a lot of slides. I tried to chop this down. Some of you may be familiar with my work. My name is Michael Green. I am the chief strategist and portfolio manager for a firm called Simplify Asset Management. We're an ETF firm. I'm not going to market our story or anything else. I'm actually going to tell you another story, which I call the greatest story ever sold. It's the impact of passive investing on markets. We typically, particularly in this world, will think of passive as a recommended investment, a good idea to do. What is good at small scale becomes incredibly dangerous at large scale. Hopefully you'll bear with me, and we can explain why many of the things that you're seeing don't seem to fit with Uncle Warren's general view of how markets are supposed to function. So let's get started. First thing to understand is that passive is now dominant. Right? When I started in the industry in the early 1990s, passive was about a 1% to 2% market share. Today, passive is north of 50% of managed assets versus total market cap in the United States market. We estimate that it's around 45%, closing in on 50%. It's gaining about 3% a year. The really important point in this actually is the chart in the lower, the little flash in the lower left, which says the passive ownership is double what you think. Most people are used to thinking about passive by adding up Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, et cetera. The simple reality is that there's tons of passive that's not captured in that. Separate accounts that are managed passively, total return swaps that are managed passively, including by Vanguard and BlackRock. CITs, which are not disclosed mutual funds, they're unregulated and therefore will show up as IBM, for example, or Newport is one of the organizations that show up. And of course, futures, options contracts, et cetera. They have become the dominant share in the market. What would Warren do? Well, Warren emphasized that what we need is responsible ownership. We need thoughtful ownership. We need people who are actually thinking about the future potential for the company. That's not what passive is doing. And so when it becomes the dominant player in the market, when the flows are more than 100% passive, and I'll talk through that in a second, it changes the structure of the market. It actually leads us into a position in which what is happening in financial markets bears very little reflection as to what's actually happening in the real world. John Bogle himself knew this, and I'm sorry, my formatting apparently screwed up, but if everybody indexed, the only word you could use is chaos, catastrophe, the markets would fail. He said that soon before his death in May 2017. He also, of course, is quoted as saying, well, passive could grow to be 75 to 80% of the market. That's just wrong. Importantly, when asked where he got that from, he said, I made it up. The really critical event actually happened back in 2015, 2016. The chart on the left illustrates this. This is the money going out of active funds and into passive funds. Since 2015, we have actually had a negative loading for factors that active managers use, like value. What's really going on is you head towards retirement, you take withdrawals from those funds that you have investments in. That means you're firing the active managers. If money is left over, typically for cost efficiency, and because we all know due to the SPIVA reports and other components that active managers underperform, people rotate into the S&P 500 or total market exposure. That is hyper accelerating this growth. On the left-hand side is a chart that actually helps illustrate why this matters. Because long before we got to the share of 75 to 80 or 90% that John Bogle had highlighted, we actually saw fundamental trading as a percentage of total trading collapse. Today, less than 10% of trading activity involves anyone who could be thought of as a fundamental investor. It's not about fees, by the way. The really transformative legislation was the Pension Protection Act of 2006. The Pension Protection Act of 2006 is what changed the 401k system from an opt-in framework where you would go to your employer, you'd get a new job, the employer would say, do you want to participate in our 401k plan? And you say, wait a second, that's going to reduce my take-home pay. All right, you know what, it's tax advantaged, I'll do it. That was an opt-in program. In 2006, as part of the ownership society type framework, we switched to an opt-out system. Great objective, we want Americans to save more, we want to create incentives for corporations to offer these plans. But in order to do that, if you're going to have somebody automatically default into an investment, well, now all of a sudden you're liable. And so the Pension Protection Act in 2006 introduced what's called a QDIA, Qualified Default Investment Alternative. This is what you default into when you get a job. That carved out special legal exemptions for passive strategies, target date strategies, et cetera. This is what really changed the game, because suddenly there was no longer a bucket that was actually available to active managers that allowed them to even compete for the business. It's not about fees, it's about liability. The composition of trading has changed. In 1995, about 80% of the trading activity involved an active manager. Today, that number is below 10%. There's about 17% that's coming through speculative trading. These would be the Robinhoods, the Reddits of the world, et cetera. Those actually play through in a very powerful way. I'll try to address that. We've got limited time. But the rest of what's actually happening is largely market making around passive. So again, I run an ETF firm. When we receive an inflow, that comes into what we call a creation unit. Before we actually even see that, a creation basket has been created by the authorized participant, the market makers, brokers, et cetera, who are pre-trading that. That looks like it's not passive management, but it absolutely is. They don't care about value, they care about minimizing their slippage. What is passive investing? And this was really kind of the breakthrough that I relied on. In 2016, a paper was written by a partner at AQR, Lasse Peterson, called Sharpening the Arithmetic of Active Management. If you've ever read the paper from 1991, Bill Sharp's The Arithmetic of Active Management, this is the paper that lays out the idea that active managers and passive managers in aggregate own the same thing, and therefore the only real difference between them in aggregate is the fees. Right? In that paper, Bill laid out the definition of a passive investor. A passive investor always holds every security from the market. And an active investor is one who is not passive. Well, how does a passive investor get into the market? How do they get out? Well, according to Bill Sharp, it was magic. Literally, footnote number 4 in the paper says that they trade during the liminal hours in which the market is not open. Now, unless you believe in magic, you can't actually believe that these are passive strategies. What they are is algorithmic strategies that operate off of the world's simplest algorithm. Did you give me cash? If so, then buy. Did you ask for cash? If so, then sell. That's it. It's an active strategy. It's just a really simple algorithm. How does passive investing impact markets? I'm going to go through a few of these. You're going to have to trust me on the rest of them, which would be a mistake because I made most of them up. If everybody is buying every single stock with a single click, we should see an increase in correlation in securities. We should also see an increase in valuation of securities. Why? Because passive buys more of what went up with the next incremental dollar. Right? Likewise, is there a valuation filter? Actually, there's the opposite. The larger something gets, the more passive strategies have to buy it. Reduce market elasticity, raising the risk of extraordinary price movements. This is the economic sense of changes in supply and demand and their impact on price, or more accurately, changes in price impact on supply and demand. Importantly, we're now discovering that equities are largely inelastic, right? An increase in price, and it's changed over time, by the way, but an increase in price actually no longer causes people to say, I don't want it. In fact, it causes them to say, I want it more. The increase in market concentration as momentum bias leads to the largest companies becoming larger. That clearly is playing out. Reduced ability for new companies to become public. This is worth just a very quick segue. Who can buy an IPO? A passive manager cannot buy an IPO. It's not in the index. You need a robust active manager community to do IPOs. This is having blow-on effects to venture capital. It's affecting private equity. We heard earlier Robert Hagstrom talking about they're trying to jam private credit and private equity into 401ks. Why? Because they can't get public. And the last one is, I've been doing this since 2016. This last one is the only bullet point that I've added. I should probably add a few more. But portfolio effects dominate cash flow and discounting effects. Just very quickly, what that means is the construction of the portfolio actually determines the price action as compared to, did higher interest rates cause me to increase my weighted average cost of capital? Or does a change in economic forecast cause me to reduce my cash flow forecast? There's literally no place for that to be entered into passive strategies. And as they become the dominant player, as their flows are more than 100% of the flows, it ceases to matter. Just as a quick example, this is correlation. So this is looking at the S&P 500. It's looking at the correlation going all the way back into the 1920s. For those of you that don't know, correlation is a devilishly tricky calculation. To do the S&P 500, you needed a 500 by 500 covariance matrix with instantaneously updated weights, et cetera, et cetera. That's why there are no good correlation charts that go back prior to about 2011. So how did I do this back to 1928? Well, I did something very simple. There's a mathematical concept called Kendall's tau, or binomial correlation, in which you recognize, just like the Rockettes, they're not all identical. They just move their legs at the same time, right? And so what I'm actually doing here is co-movement, in which I say, what percentage of stocks are moving in the same direction on any given day? You see that this was high in the 1930s. Unsurprisingly, we were down 94%. There was a very clear macroeconomic effect. The Investment Company Act in 1940 did something really important that almost nobody discusses. It stripped leverage from the market. It removed the ability of 40 Act funds to use undisclosed leverage. This was the source of the unit investment trust blow-ups in the 1920s and 1930s. That set off a period of time in which there was far less leverage in the market, which means there were far less coordinated selling periods. That actually lowers correlation. In 1994, something changed that almost nobody paid any attention to, which is as Vanguard became larger, as they crossed 1% market share, they actually began to experience tracking error. Why? Because when they would try to buy the stocks, they would cause the price to move. That would lead to tracking error versus the S&P. That's the worst possible thing that can happen to you as a passive index fund. They went to the street and they said, hey, what can we do about this? And the street said, wait a second, you're buying every single stock? Why not just buy futures? Oh, we can't do that because futures require margin accounts and the 40 Act strips us from the ability to use leverage. Well, that's silly. Just lobby the SEC. And that is how it began. In 1994, the SEC gave a no-action letter to Vanguard and other index providers that exclusively amongst funds allowed them to begin using undisclosed leverage to enter their trades. Crazily enough, this is actually what caused the dot-com cycle. I don't have time to dig into it entirely. If you see me later, I'm more than happy to walk you through the methodology. February 5th, 2018 is a day that's well known to me. That's what was called Volmageddon. This was the implosion of the XIV. The inverse VIX complex, I was involved in that trade. That was the very first time in history in which every single stock in the S&P moved in the same direction. It didn't happen in 1987 on a 20% decline. It did happen on a 4% decline in 2018. It then happened 3 more times in the fourth quarter of 2018. It happened 5 times in March of 2020. Right? And it has continued to rise in aggregate. Now, we've seen a bit of a breakdown very recently as the largest stocks have deviated. Interestingly enough, we'll talk why that happens. But we continue to climb this slope. Things are getting more and more correlated. In other words, your purchase of the S&P 500 is increasingly a non-diversified purchase. Okay, if you're going to talk about how you're going to change the market structure, first you have to actually understand why Mr. Market was a weighing machine in the first place. And surprisingly, until very recently, there was very little work that was done on the demand and supply curves as it related to equities. I went out and I did some proprietary research in which I surveyed investors. I asked them a simple question. You're a portfolio manager, you're holding 5% cash, so it's not a particular constraint in either direction. How do you respond to an inflow or an outflow given valuations? So imagine the Shiller PE is at 100 and somebody gives you money. What is your propensity to buy? What is your propensity to sell if you receive a redemption on those components? Totally unsurprisingly, the marginal propensity to buy falls as valuation rises. Your marginal propensity to, your marginal propensity to buy falls as valuation rises. Your marginal propensity to sell rises as valuation rises. That shouldn't surprise anyone when we're talking to people. What was actually super interesting is the intersection of these two curves. Again, remember, this is my sloppy research. The fact that we arrived at a near 50-50 at exactly the market's historical valuation average is telling you something. And that's actually elucidated on the second chart, which is showing you an agent-based model. If I randomly feed capital to market participants who have responded with the responses that I got in my survey, what I discover is that the market is mean reverting. As valuations rise, managers are less willing to buy, more willing to sell. As valuations fall, they are more willing to buy, less willing to sell. That creates a mean reverting characteristic. What happens when you introduce passive? Remember, this is a player whose algorithm is, did you give me cash? If so, then buy. Did you ask for cash? If so, then sell. 100% marginal propensity to buy or sell. And the impact of that is to shift the market off of that mean reversion towards a mean expansionary framework. Valuations rise as passive grows. Unfortunately, this perfectly matches the empirical data. The chart on the right is showing you the cap-weighted valuation of the S&P 500. I use sales because it's smoother than earnings. The same thing would show up on a Shiller PE. The blue line, though, is an important one. That is the median valuation of the S&P. And so the median has continued to climb dramatically. If you look at that median stock, it shows none of the profitability characteristics that we see for the most high-profile names. Right, so this is not a general improvement in business conditions. Companies are better than they used to be, et cetera. This is just an outright valuation increase. We are discovering, the academic literature is starting to come very, very quickly at this point. How am I doing? The academic literature is coming fast and furious, but probably the paper that will end up winning the Nobel Prize in economics is this one, which is In Search of the Origins of Financial Fluctuations, the Inelastic Market Hypothesis by Guebe and Koijin. So very quickly, when they looked at the techniques to measure what, to their surprise, they discovered that markets are actually highly inelastic. Now, just to give you some sense of this, their estimate was that $1 into the market creates roughly $8 worth of market cap increase. Under an efficient market framework, $1 into the market creates 1 penny of market cap increase. All right, so we're off by a factor of 800 to 1, and we're worried that the government is inefficient. It actually turns out that the bigger the company, the less elastic it is. And so that's what this chart is showing here. On the x-axis, you have the log 10 of the market capitalization, so 12.5 is about a $3 trillion company. On the y-axis, you have the elasticity. So a perfectly elastic stock is one in which changes in supply and price don't affect supply and demand in any meaningful way. A perfectly inelastic stock is one that you have to have absolutely no matter what. And if you think about what's actually happening within indexes, this is exactly what we're experiencing, right? Imagine you're an index provider, and instead of buying every stock, you choose to statistically sample, for example, as they do with the Vanguard Total Market Index or other strategies. Do I really need, let's see if I can get the dot, do I really need to buy Delta Airlines if I'm replicating the S&P 500 or American Airlines? It's 0.002% of the index. I don't care, right? I could double up on my United Airlines. I could add Delta. All I really care about is a little bit of sector exposure. But what about Apple? You can never sell that, right, Warren? All right. What about NVIDIA or Microsoft? You have to have them. At what price? Well, if the price goes higher, you need more. The passive model allocates more money to the largest stocks, driving them ever higher. And once again, regulators are here to help. In September of 2019, something kind of important happened. The S&P 500 Growth Index exceeded the thresholds that allows it to be marketed as a diversified fund. Did the SEC say, no, you can't market it as a diversified fund? Well, that would be silly. Instead, they said, no problem. You're just trying to offer people exposure to the market. You're not influencing the market in any way, shape, or form. So another no action letter was written. I need to update my charts. Obviously, since February 2024, this has gotten even more extreme. Okay, and this is where I'm going to try to wrap up. Here's where this gets really scary. Yeah. I know, yeah. So the real loser's game, it actually turns out, is the active managers. Not because they're bad at their jobs, but because they're playing a rigged game. Again, Robert Hagstrom talked negatively about modern portfolio theory. I can certainly join him in those complaints. But just very quickly, if you think about what you're actually saying with modern portfolio theory, you're saying there's an expected return to the asset class. And yes, there'll be vacillations around that tied to valuation, but ultimately it's going to be a mean reverting series. If instead you actually have a curved surface created by valuation expansion being driven by passive share gain, the calculus changes radically. Because what we call alpha is actually just the intercept on a linear equation. The return of my portfolio is its beta times the market plus some idiosyncratic factor we call alpha. Think back to 6th grade algebra, y equals mx plus b. If you try to use a linear solution to a curved surface, what mechanically happens, the battery runs low on my thing. Your alphas, your intercepts mechanically fall. And once again, this is exactly what we are seeing, right? Fundamentals now drive the market, but they're radically different than the fundamentals you think of. It is a function of passive share gain. The larger passive share gain gets, the bigger the impact. It is a function of valuation. The higher valuations get, the more sensitive this system becomes. It becomes increasingly unstable.
We need
you need to go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the last one is employment. If employment rises, the flows deteriorate. What can we do? There is no passive investing. We've been sold a lie. Fiduciary, you have a duty to understand and be informed. Realize that back tests of historical returns are totally corrupted. And then the last thing is education. The CFA, clients, policymakers, and of course, it'd be nice to get Warren educated on this as well. With that said, I actually have a open letter from Warren Buffett that is a replay, my imagining of him rewriting his 1982 piece to the CFTC. I have those available for distribution. Feel free to grab a copy of it. Feel free to pass it off. But that's where we'll wrap up.
Thanks. Brian, I thought that you were the biggest geek in the room, but we have a clear winner here, I'm afraid to say. I think that I want to ask one question to you, which I think is relevant to everyone in the room. What should we do about it as individual investors? Yeah. Forget about regulators.
So the core issue is that an individual investor, there's not much you can do. Right? And so this is one of the things that I try to advise people is like, look, as long as this system is in place, you should buy the S&P 500 because other people will push it up. You can also do that with Bitcoin, by the way, because other people will push that up. And that just sounds like a great investment, doesn't it? The simple reality is all you can do is raise awareness at this stage. I am working very hard to get regulators on top of this. I will tell you the single most scary story in my experience with this was in 2018 after the blow up of the XIV. I went and spoke with the IMS Financial Stability Group, the Fed, various other players. The IMS Financial Stability, when I went around and I did this, I said, please tell me how I'm wrong. Here's my math, please tell me how I'm wrong. The IMS Financial Stability Group said, no, we agree with your math. I'm like, that's amazing. How can I help? What can we do? And they said, there's nothing we can do. And I said, why? And they said, because Vanguard and BlackRock control the regulatory apparatus. And if we were to raise the alarm and it didn't happen tomorrow, we'd just lose our jobs.
Thank you so much, Michael. You've given me a lot of food for thought. So when people express unpopular opinions, this is not popular in the market, and he's willing to express it. And I really appreciate you doing that. And he may be wrong for another 20 years before he's right. You know, and that we've had that multiple times in the market. So, but it behooves us to listen to him. Thank you so much, Michael, for sharing your ideas. So I enjoy ribbing on Miles Thompson here. So Miles, you've published some great books, and you still have some more great books to publish. I believe one of them will come from Chris Bloomstran, as you will discover. Chris has the most amazing analysis of Berkshire Hathaway, and he writes with a wit and style that is a joy to behold. He's a Midwesterner at heart. I love attending his events, and I'm so grateful that you came here. Only more grateful that you'll come swimming with me in a couple of months in Lake Zurich. But welcome, Chris Bloomstran. I've been told to ask the speakers to make sure that you can either speak this.
Yeah, we just killed I don't need the monitor. I don't know how many slides.
Oh, David, can you kill the monitor?
I close it?
Yeah. That's above my pay grade.
So as they fix the monitor, Guy asked me to talk briefly today about something that I happen to know a little bit about, and that's brevity. In any event, David's presentation a couple back was terrific, and Guy asked me the question, and I sat there and thought about what I didn't answer. And I think about a lot of the Berkshire meetings, invariably, Charlie would answer a few questions, and at a point, Warren would say, yeah, you know, folks, we try to infuriate everybody in the room, but we may have left somebody out in the balcony, and trust me, we'll get to you. So I want to get to whoever it is was in the balcony that they did not offend, and do that right now, and try to answer the question about why the fat drugs in the United States might cost 8 times more than they do in other locales around the world. On the last slide, you had 5 politicians. They had D's and R's and I's, and the I would be code for S, perhaps, in that one case. But the common thread between all 5 of those is what? All those people go to public office and get way richer than they ever would have just on the salaries alone. And how do they do that? Lobbying dollars, right? So I was thinking about what's worse. Elected official who has family members placed on boards of directors of energy companies, and we sell influence all over the world in places like Ukraine and China, or we have former chancellors of Northern European countries who find themselves on boards of directors of energy companies. They introduce pipelines that run directly from Russia to Germany, bypassing Ukraine. Or we have a very recent president-elect who 3 days before an inauguration launches a meme coin and appoints a commerce secretary who over his life did a lot of good, suffered a lot of tragedy, lost everybody in his firm, including family, but comes in a secretary whose firm does business with a crypto exchange that in all likelihood, until they're willing to do an audit, is a fraud. That firm now launches a SPAC that's going to knock off Mike Saylor and sell Bitcoin for twice the value of Bitcoin. So politicians, politicians, politicians. Why does Germany pay more for energy with that chancellor, former chancellor, having directed the initiative to close all 17 nuclear plants? Why do we have people paying 8x for their fat drugs in this country? These people all get rich. And so Guy did ask me to talk about Berkshire, and I'll wheel this back to Berkshire, and the reason Guy is here, the reason I'm here, the reason all of you are here is what's going to happen tomorrow morning. We're going to listen to Warren. We came for years to listen to Warren and Charlie. And we didn't come for Berkshire, the insurance company. We didn't come to hear about business strategy. We came for the wisdom, in large part, about life and the morality and the integrity and the ethics to which Berkshire's managed its affairs for 60 years. You meet people like Guy who come for that very reason. Something resonates with everybody in this room, and it's the commonality of the kindness and the trust that Warren talks about that you get here that you don't get in a lot of pockets of capitalism, and you certainly don't get it in most pockets of politics. And so we're running to the end, and very good chance that tomorrow's the last time we get to see Warren at the dais running the Berkshire Hathaway meeting. We've got an archive of meetings back to 1994, the videos of which are available on CNBC. Warren donated those. We've got the transcripts of the meetings back to 1977, the chairman's letters from Mr. Buffett. So there's an enormous amount of wisdom that we can get. But coming here each year, when this meeting across the street changes and it's Greg and Ajit and whoever succeeds them, I hope, Guy, you're doing this, and Chantel, you're forcing Guy to do this. So we all continue to come and celebrate not just capitalism, but the purpose of Berkshire and the morality of Berkshire. So thanks, Guy, for putting this thing together. And
Chris, I'll do my part if you continue to do your part. That was an amazing talk. Thank you so much. And you summed up why we're here so well. I wanted to tell you that that atmosphere exists at his wonderfully named conference, Tulipomania, in St. Louis, and I travel just about every year for the last 2 years, and I'll keep going as long as I can. Questions for Chris? Thank you so much. You need to read his letters. They are just amazing. And Miles, you need to publish his letters, please. I don't know where he's at with that. I have no permission to say that, but I've just gone and done it. Who wants to? Yes.
Hi, Chris. Speaking of education, over your career, if you could talk about maybe one of your best investments and what you learned from it, and maybe a mistake or education point from one of your worst investments, maybe.
There's a long list of the latter. I have a section in one of my letters years back where I talked about 6 or 7 of my worst investment ideas. The very first stock I bought when I was in college, I thought I knew what I was doing. I was doing candlestick charting and technical analysis, and read an article in the Wall Street Journal's Heard on the Street column about a very large crude carrier outfit in Norway that was going to run their vessels around the globe, move oil, move crude. They were old vessels, so at the end of the useful lives, they'd scrap them, and everybody was going to get rich. 6 months in, that thing went bankrupt, and I thought, goodness gracious, I spent every dollar I had to my name, scholarship money from football, some summer jobs, lost every penny. Thought, geez, you need to get either a different hobby, because this is no fun losing all your money, or figure this out. So I finally learned how to read a balance sheet, income statement. Best investments probably will wind up being worst investment. Bought Costco 21 and a half years ago, 300 stores, growing square footage 7.5% a year. In the ensuing 21 and a half years, they've grown sales at 9%. The net margin at the time was 1.7%. Today it's 2.9%. But what you wouldn't have known is the stock, which was trading at 18.5 times earnings, which wasn't really even 18.5 times earnings because a third of their units were not yet fully mature. It takes 7 or 8 years for a warehouse, a Costco warehouse, to get enough members to have full throughput. So the returns on capital weren't 11 or 12, they were higher. The thing wasn't 18 to earnings, it was 15 to earnings. But you wouldn't have known it was going to go to 60 times earnings. So between here and there, other than some taxable accounts, I've sold almost every share. And the stock compounded really at faster than any stock for the last 21 and a half years. But at 60 to earnings, I equate Costco to what Warren just did with Apple. I mean, here's a guy who had 1 billion shares of Apple that he bought in 2016-17, got $36 billion invested, sells 100 million shares in 2020. And then both he and Charlie, as the stock continued to rise higher, said, we made a mistake. Huge mistake selling Apple, and effectively intimated all of us in the arena across the street, yeah, this is a permanent grove of value. Apple's now untouchable. It's going to be on par with the permanence to Berkshire of the railroad, the utility operation, our insurance operation. Well, lo and behold, the stock goes higher. And a then 93-year-old, where we all know as we get older, you become inflexible with your ideas. It gets harder and harder to change your mind. Well, this 93-year-old changes his mind, as he's done his entire investing career, and sells another 600 million shares of Apple, sells it down to 300 million. And I think for the math of Costco, Apple growing top line 6-7%, running a 27% margin, the margin's not going to get any better. It's not worth 36 times earnings. So on price and price alone, he sells it. So that's kind of covered the best, the worst. But I think Warren doing this is going to wind up being another legendary pivot, not so much away from a stock market, a U.S. cap-weighted stock market, to Mike's point, but there's a tier of stocks that are just very, very expensive. And without something else to do with capital immediately, Warren's going to sit there with some cash. And the cash, by the way, is not that huge. 27% of Berkshire's assets. In 2004, 5, and 6, it was 22% of assets. For the last 25 years, cash has been 12 to 13% of Berkshire's assets, so it's double what it's been, but it's not extraordinary. So you have the 300 billion cash, 200 billion is deployable, and we need things like trade wars and the lunacy of what these politicians do. Maybe get another financial crisis, but who's going to benefit in the next financial crisis more than anybody? We, as shareholders of Berkshire, because they're going to do something really intelligent with the $200 billion.
Amazing. That's the guy who writes the letter. That's just... should we move? So we're going to move on to the next speaker, but that was really wonderful. Thank you, Chris. Looking forward to our swim in Lake Zurich in a couple of months.
Guy got me to jump in Lake Zurich.
I invite all of you to jump in Lake Zurich as well. It's a good thing.
Because natural gas prices are low, I heat my pool early, so I've been swimming and trying to get in shape. I had my daughter out there. We were going to do a little Twitter thing where we were going to video me jumping in this lake. Well, I thought I was expecting 80 degrees, like I heat my pool. I said some things, expletives, that are not appropriate for today's audience, definitely not appropriate for my daughter to hear, but the video, which we still have, never found its way to Twitter.
You're looking great. Thank you so much. I'm going to cold call Cathy. Cathy Baron Tamraz was the woman who sold Business Wire to Berkshire Hathaway, and she came on the stage a couple of years ago. I want you to introduce Joachim. So you need to come up on stage. I'm terribly sorry, Cathy, but we have a couple of Berkshire managers here. I can't think of a better person to introduce Joachim. What I will say is that I met him a year or two ago through Debbie Bosanek. He is the manager of one company that is based in Germany, and I visited one of his stores in Switzerland and had a great time learning about motorcycles accessories. But Cathy, I know I've cold called you, but I can't introduce a Berkshire manager like you can, so you're going to introduce Joachim as well.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for inviting me again. I've been retired now 7 years. When did you come on board?
10 years ago, 2015.
Yes. So I don't know you personally very well, but at Berkshire, we're like family here, and I think we all share the same principles of trying to make our companies better and also appreciating that we're owned by a giant that everybody loves and admires, and we want to be as admired as Warren and Charlie are and all the Berkshire managers. So with that said, I welcome your comments and look forward to talking to you afterwards.
And Joachim is only doing this because he attended last year and he decided it was okay. He's really here because Warren wants him to be here. And he's not obligated to be here at all. He's doing this in a way out of the kindness of his heart. Warren protects his managers from doing things like this. So thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Yes. 10 years of Louis Motorrad with Berkshire, 2015 to 2025. Good morning, and thank you, Chantal and Guy, for this invitation. My name is Joachim Grube-Nagel, and I've been with Louis since 2001, serving as an CEO in the company since 2010, with Berkshire Hathaway since 2015, the year Warren and Ted bought our company, a German company. Today, I would like to share with you the journey of Louis Motorrad over the past decade as a part of the Berkshire family and my impressions or my perceptions. Who are we? We are a provider of motorcycle clothing, accessories and helmets. With approximately US $400 million in revenue, a multi-channel provider with both physical stores, about 90 stores, and 15 online shops, employing around 2,300 people, and we are the only direct Berkshire investment in Germany so far. Our journey with Berkshire. When an American investor buys a company that has been a family business for over 70 years, it can be unsettling. And I can tell you, I was uneasy when the news reached me. However, our experience with Berkshire has been very positive, and I would like to give you some insights on that. I have identified 5 keywords, and there could be more, but these 5 keywords that describe the relation with Berkshire from my very personal perspective. The first keyword, and I'll have to smile, is trust. Guy, you just said this word, trust. Berkshire has shown immense trust in us as the management. The number of approval-required transactions in my contract has significantly decreased since we became members of Berkshire Hathaway. This allows us to operate as entrepreneurs, or as I say, temporary entrepreneurs, and it is the expectation from Berkshire Hathaway. For example, our scheduled interactions with Berkshire Hathaway in general throughout the year are only a few. But we can reach the contact people within the Berkshire Hathaway team whenever we want to. A great way of working. The second keyword, appreciation. In my first year in Omaha in 2016, we had a 60-minute meeting with Warren Buffett and Ted Weschler in the office of Warren, and we talked about business, shop openings, and so on. In the next year, over lunch and in passing, Warren asked about our new Swiss branch, just 1 year old. Isn't it remarkable what he was remembering? I became spotted in a very positive way. For me, that is appreciation. Many of our colleagues from other Berkshire investments warmly welcomed us at our first meeting 10 years ago. I can remember. We also receive various invitations when we are in Omaha. That's appreciation as well. The third keyword, rules. The requirements for our reporting and audits are very clear in communication and execution. These audits are helpful. We know the expectations of our shareholder. We learn a lot and makes our company and our organization better. And we are Germans, we want to be good within these audits, and we work hard at. And we are a bit nervous, but not really frightened. There are some rules. For example, investments are only overnight, not longer. Liquidity for Warren, as we know, is a top rule. Our foreign currency hedging is reduced to a minimum. As Ted Weschler once said, our central contract, CEOs like you should focus on the business and not waste time on topics in a very special field about dollar-euro developments. The fourth keyword is continuity. We have regular meetings within the Berkshire Hathaway family or other subsidiaries with experts from IT, information security or HR, CFOs or CEOs. Approximately 30 employees at Berkshire Hathaway in Omaha have been and are incredibly supportive. Another example for continuity is Warren Buffett's favorite holding period for his direct investments. That's forever. And I was taken over from Berkshire Hathaway as a CEO when they bought us. That was continuity for myself, yes, but that's more important for the Louis employees. Our highly valued and very respected contact since our first meeting in 2014 is Ted Weschler. I mentioned him. Isn't it continuity? The fifth keyword, values. Reputation and integrity are crucial. Loss of profit is bearable, but losing reputation is not bearable. I haven't tried it yet, but I know it. Compliance is of great importance. These values to share are easy for us because they are good, they are likable, they are mine too, and it is a seamless continuation from our time before Berkshire Hathaway, from Detlef Louis himself. What's my conclusion? We feel comfortable and very happy to be part of this very special company, the Berkshire family. And I can tell you, nobody paid me for this hymn on Berkshire. We are looking forward to continuing this journey and are very excited for the things to come. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. Very briefly, Adam, go ahead, Adam.
I can't resist the opportunity to just go a little bit deeper. You mentioned interacting with Ted. Do you interact with Greg? If so, maybe just tell us a little bit about those interactions, how frequent they are, what do you talk about, just anything would be wonderful. Thank you.
Our main contact person is Ted Weschler, and I report to him directly. And I can reach him whenever I want to. And normally we have got 2 times a year time slot. We see us here in Omaha every year. Normally he is visiting us once a year in autumn. And then we are discussing the topics he wants to discuss, or as I know him now for 10 years, I know his expectations, and then I'm hopefully quite well prepared to answer his questions or do not answer the questions because I know what he would ask me, and then I can tell him. I have my own agenda, what I want to tell him about the things happened in the past, what's our vision, what's our structure. It's about technical things, organizational things, or personal topics.
Great, thank you.
I would just say I got a little bit closer to Joachim because I visited Cycling, the store that's in Zurich, and it was a real eye-opener for me because I thought some, sort of like crappy
Thank you.
motorcycle accessories distributor. But what I discovered was a category killer, a company that has very good value in all sorts of things around what a motorcyclist would need. And it felt like a Berkshire business. I actually did an Instagram post on it. But you have a couple of managers here. You might want to recognize
my co-CEOs are here as well. They are the first time in Omaha. And yes, hello, Christian, hello, Sven.
I hope you feel a little bit of love from the Berkshire shareholders in the room. I really appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much for
Thank
listening.
you.
Thank you.
We have Brett Gardner, I believe, if I got the timeline right. But I don't see Brett. I just received a copy of Brett's book and was fascinated to read about Warren Buffett's early investments, come up on stage. What I really enjoyed about Brett is that he clearly had done an enormous amount of research in public libraries and all sorts of places and discovered there are many stories that we tell about Berkshire Hathaway that are repeats. And in Brett's book, you get not repeats, you get original research. So thank you for coming up and sharing your knowledge.
Thanks. First, I want to thank Guy and Chantel for inviting me and the rest of the Aquamarine team.
Really honored to be among some great speakers. So one of the questions I get is, as a Buffett author, is what interactions I had with Warren. So first, years prior to deciding to write the book, I wrote to him asking for a 1952 memo on Cleveland worsted mills, and I got a letter back from Debbie saying it's in dead storage, but check security analysis. Ben Graham talks about it in there, and sure enough, it was there. Second, I wrote to him when I decided to write the book for an interview, and he sent an email to me politely declining, but wishing me luck. And then third, when I got physical copies of the book, I sent two to Warren, asked him to sign one back, and he generously did. He wrote, Brett, put me in your will. Best wishes, Warren Buffett. I haven't gotten around to updating it, so if any of you want in, let me know. Robert Hagstrom, who I saw earlier, actually gave me very helpful advice in terms of writing to Warren. So I want to thank him as well. So I wrote the book for two primary reasons. First, I think the prevailing narrative on Warren Buffett's early career is false. I think it kind of, people have this idea that he was kind of just reading these Moody's manuals in his office and covering these incredibly cheap stocks and earning these like spectacular returns. And I think it does a disservice to the amount of tenacious work and creative work he did to generate these returns. Second, I think that in order to understand the Warren Buffett of today, approaching 95 years old, you have to understand these years of Warren Buffett, the gravitation from being a cigar butt investor to focused on quality businesses. Guy, in his book, The Education of a Value Investor, kind of notes that Buffett has a structural advantage due to the permanent capital vehicle that is Berkshire Hathaway. And in my view, when Warren Buffett was 24 years old sitting as an analyst at Graham Newman, he saw what Mickey Newman and Ben Graham were doing with Philadelphia and Reading in terms of buying coal companies, buying partial stakes in companies in the stock market, incentivizing management teams through creative ways, creative deal structuring, creative tax schemes, and he decided at 24 that he had to do this one day. Obviously, when he was buying Berkshire in 1962, I don't think he had any idea it would become what it's become. But I think he had that inspiration, and the Philadelphia Reading served as that blueprint. So in the book, I kind of lay out four conclusions of why I think Buffett was so good, was and is so good. First, he was an activist investor. In the partnership years, he was initially an abrasive activist investor, seizing control of companies and reallocating the capital away. And then eventually he gravitated towards being a more friendly activist, writing to Howard Clark, the CEO of American Express in 1964, offering him support during the salad oil scandal, and then more famously becoming great friends with Kay Graham in the 70s when he was acquiring Washington Post. Next, Buffett was an incredibly concentrated investor, frequently having three positions comprise about 60% or more of the portfolio. And I want to make a quick note on Ben Graham, who wrote The Intelligent Investor and Security Analysis and was Buffett's mentor. Graham was actually a lot more concentrated and activist than I think is commonly known. There's Philadelphia and Reading, but there's also the company called Atlantic Gulf and West Indies Company that he went activist on, and 24-year-old Warren Buffett was actually corporate secretary of that company at the time, and Graham kind of did a partial liquidation and reallocated capital away. So it wasn't like Graham was not an activist or that he was not concentrated. Graham occasionally had 25% of his portfolio in a single name. However, he had a very long fat tail. So the year that he had about 27% of the portfolio in Atlantic Gulf and West Indies, the top 10 names might be like 43%, and then you just had 90 positions with less than 1% allocated to each of them. And also, Buffett was more consistently concentrated than Graham was. So there's some years where Graham would have 50% of his portfolio in three ideas. Some years it was 30%, sometimes it was less. Buffett was just very tenacious and persistent about being concentrated. Next, Buffett did an enormous amount of gumshoe creative research. Most famous example is him taking the train down from New York to DC to meet with Lorimer Davidson when he was studying Geico. But in my book, I lay out a bunch of these case studies and examples of what he does. And for him, he's driving around Ohio to meet with barrel makers. He's flying to Cleveland for an annual meeting. He was just an incredibly unique person. And then finally, he had he developed an incredible filter for finding good ideas and good businesses. Ben Graham, in contrast, did not really care about the quality of businesses. He really just cared about the quantitative. And Buffett always pushed himself to learn more and become a better and better investor. So happy to take some questions if there are any.
Mohnish, what is your last sentence? First of all, I have a question.
Yeah.
Thank you. So what drives somebody to, how many years did you work on this book?
So kind of 7, but it was mostly weekends for most of it, and then I took a year off from being a professional investor to actually write the book.
This kind of like basic research. You're saying, I'm not going to just repeat stories that I've heard. I'm not going to read Lowenstein, which of course you've read. I'm going to go to libraries and really uncover everything that I can uncover. What makes somebody want to do that, as opposed to lying on the beach or whatever else you could have been doing?
I just thought it was so interesting. Like I think business history is not studied very well, and I always wanted to go to the source documents instead of kind of reading like narratives. So I'd go to like the New York Public Library and read the physical annual reports, the annual reports on microcard and microfiche, just because I thought it was like interesting. And also because I was like a few years into my professional investment career, and I was like, I thought that Buffett had it just much easier, because you read the Snowball, you see these stocks that are trading at 0.6 times net current asset value, 3 times earnings, and you're like, he just had it easier. And the more I actually read the source documents and saw the performance of these seemingly cheap stocks, I realized it was really not true. The much fuller story.
It was impressive, and I really loved it. I think for time we have to keep moving, but I really appreciate you coming and sharing the book. It's a wonderful book. Should be on everybody's shelves. Thank you so much for coming back. Yeah.
Thank you.
At the end of your talk, I was whispering to my friend Mohnish and saying, do you want to come up and ask him the last question? I may still ask him to do it, but I have no idea what Mohnish is going to talk about. But I'm so pleased that you're here. Thank you for coming. Mohnish has many invitations at Berkshire, and he only comes here because he wants to make fun of me or something like that, I believe. So I give you the one and only shameless cloner, the person I've traveled around India with. Maybe you'll tell stories about me with my socks up the nose of some Indian drivers, something, I don't know, sitting there. But I give you Mohnish Pabrai. Have fun.
Well, pleasure to be here. I wanted to ask him a question, but you sent him off. He can come back. So I really enjoyed your book. I think it was must have been an incredible amount of work to put it together, because I never read any of that anywhere else, which is great. So the question I had for you was that what investment and maybe a story within the investment did you enjoy the most?
So my favorite chapter in the book is Philadelphia and Reading, just because I think that it was the blueprint for Berkshire Hathaway. But my favorite story is Walt Disney Productions. So Warren has talked about this a ton. He's written about it in his letters, talked about it at annual meetings, but he left out what I thought was the most important thing, which is that there were some corporate governance issues with Walt Disney, where Walt had a side company, personal holding company, that was siphoning value from Walt Disney Productions into his own pocket. And Warren has never talked about this, and there was a front page article in 1966 as Warren was buying the stock that meant he almost certainly knew about it. And I thought the nuances to that story were so fascinating. That was my kind of favorite to research.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was a great read, and I commend you, because it's a true labor of love.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So I know you guys have had a long day, and I'll try to keep it as short as possible. And more interested in talking about what you want to talk about. But I just wanted to share a couple of thoughts. And one of them is from a common friend Guy and I have, Nick Sleep. And he said that the best investors in the world weren't investors at all. They were entrepreneurs who never sold. And then another kind of quote that goes with that is that if the job is done right, the time to sell is never. And so most of my investing career, I had this screwed up framework where I would latch on to what I thought was intrinsic value. And when something approached 90% or 95% intrinsic value, I'd be looking at, okay, we need to move on to something else. And so much money left on the table with that dumb approach, because one is that we don't know what intrinsic value is. We think we do, but we really don't. And the great businesses always surprise us on the upside with what they're actually worth. And but the good news is we still have a few decades, hopefully, left of compounding, and we can still apply these lessons. So better late than never. And so I've shifted more towards where the other fact of investing is that it's a very forgiving business. So the best of us will be wrong probably half the time. And many of us will be wrong more than half the time. But you really only need to be right once. And if you're right once, the right stock and right business, that's enough. And in fact, most entrepreneurs are only right once. They're not right 10 times. They're usually right just once or twice. And so from an investor's point of view, the more we think of ourselves as entrepreneurs and more as owners of the businesses and seeking out these anomalies, which is a great business which is not recognized as great. So someone like me has difficulty paying up. So I can never pay up for something. So I'm relegated to the corners where something has to be cheap, but then actually be good and be recognized as good later. So that's kind of where I'm at, but I'm happy to take your questions and see what you want to talk about.
So just come up to the mic. We'll have, Chantal, how many questions are we going to have? We'll take the number of people who are standing right now, because it may go on for a long time. The first one is Connor Moyler, and I'll just let Mohnish handle it. He can do it on his own, but no more people stand up because we have to give up the room at some point. So I give you the 7 questioners, Mohnish.
What time do you want me to end?
That is beyond my pay grade. Chantal will tell me when we need to end. 7?
Okay, so let's go. Why don't we give him?
Thank you. Hi, Mohnish. Thanks for the talk. I was really curious. You mentioned about not selling and holding on like an entrepreneur. And I've heard you say previously about the story about Rakesh Jhunjhunwala holding on to Titan for a very long time. When you do spot an anomaly and then it runs up, how do you get comfortable with that position becoming 30, 50, 60, 70% of the portfolio? Because we can never account for everything that might happen, and that could be such a big blow-up risk.
It's not theoretical. I have in one of my funds one position north of 60%. And it's undervalued, so we are not really interested in selling. So what I told my investors, and I repeat the message every quarter to them just in case they forget, that basically I said that if you have less than 20% of your net worth in that fund, then if I were you, I would do nothing. But basically what I told them is, I'm not trimming, you should trim. So I told them that they can redeem partially, they can even redeem completely, but my suggestion was for them to basically be comfortable if it was less than a fifth of their assets. If it's less than a fifth of their assets, then this one position becomes like, 10, 12, 13% of the pie, and that's perfectly fine in terms of kind of how you're allocated. And what I found is that the truly great ideas are few and far between. We're not going to find them every 3 months or even every year or something. And so then that works out fine. And when one of the things I found interesting, I was reflecting back, is I would meet Charlie every few months for dinner at his place, which was awesome. But every time I met Charlie, he would talk about the same things. First of all, every dinner had Costco. There was at least 20, 30 minutes on Costco, some nuance of Costco. Okay, and that was great. But he would also do an inventory with me, and he'd always say the same thing. He said, Mohnish, the Munger family has Berkshire, it has Lilu, it has Costco, and now it has the apartment houses, right? And what he was doing mentally is that he was just running through in his head. Now, whenever he used to say that to me, I used to think, yeah, but I never said it to him. I said, but Charlie, it's all Berkshire. It's like 80, 90% is Berkshire, so like, how much is the rest of it? But that's not how he processed it. He thought he had these 4 buckets. And what he was doing with me is he was basically kind of saying, these 4 buckets are stress tested. They're very good buckets. That's why the 30-minute Costco discussion each time. And then I'd meet him after 3 months, and it'd be the exact same thing, deja vu all over again. And I think that's how he thought about it. He just had he knew that none of these needed to be sold. He knew they were all great ideas and great businesses. And basically, he was just I found it interesting that someone like him was running through an inventory of these. So basically, we are not going to find too many great things in our life. And so when we do, we got to hold on.
Awesome, thank you.
All right.
Mohnish, I was looking to get my chance this morning. I got it now, so thank you. First, thanks for being so generous with your time and with the knowledge that you've been spreading to all of us over the last few years. You're a big inspiration, not because of what you do on the day job, but what you're doing through Dakshina. It's really helping Instrument change the memory space and the challenges there, and then eventually consolidation, giving some unique opportunities from an investment standpoint. Then you go over to coal and console energy, which is like completely different play. But then you divest these positions very quickly within a matter of few years. Is it because something fundamentally changed? Is it secular decline? Is it because you find an opportunity too that is really more interesting? What is the thinking behind that? Because you tend to make more concentrated bets than others.
Yeah, that's a great observation. Well, I would just say that our coal bets are like about 2 years old, and we're still quite long coal. It actually took almost the full 2 years, and maybe it'll still continue, to actually understand the space. I had a certain understanding 2 years back, and as I spent more time in the mines and spent more time with the management teams and looked more deeply into the industry, I mean, we always learn the business after we own it. And so, I mean, I'm not in the stock tip business, but we're pretty long on metallurgical coal. Our first coal bet was Consol Energy, which I like a lot. I still like it a lot, but it was not available as a bet anymore. They merged with another company, and the equation changed. Micron, I think, basically didn't work. Some ideas work, some ideas don't work. Oligopolies usually are a very good thing. In this particular case, so far it hasn't worked. And I got a sense a few years back that it may not work because we're seeing some irrational stuff from other players. And so we moved on. But yeah, I mean, I think in general, fiddling with the portfolio has negative impacts. So the less I fiddle, the better it is.
Thank you.
That's why he has me as a friend. So motivation not to fiddle.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks, Mohnish, for the presentation. We have always heard you talk about when the stock becomes 1, 2, 3, 4 P or more, it becomes too expensive for you. But when you look at high quality businesses, what is the kind of inversion rule you apply in terms of multiple you can pay?
Well, I think all of us are wired differently. You know, my daughter sitting here, you heard her a few minutes ago. She's way more advanced than me in the sense that she only buys great things. And she's even willing to pay up, right? And the way I'm wired is I like to buy great things, but I'm not willing to pay up. And that can hurt and that can help. But I'm wired the way I'm wired. So at least for me, the entry point needs to be mouth-watering. And sometimes that's not the best thing.
Thank you.
All right.
So I want to make this the last response. So we're going to take all three of you. You each get to ask your question, and then Mohnish will collect up the responses, if that's okay. So you go first, and then...
Okay. Hi, Mohnish. My name is Ken. I'm from...
Happens to the best of us.
Sorry, my name is Ken from Taiwan. I started investing in 2018, so I think I'm relatively new. Thank you for all your lessons and sharing from YouTube, and I really like your idea of cloning and learning from the best. My question is, which one do you think is more important in terms of EPS or book value per share growth? Thank you.
I'm sorry, what is it more important?
The question is, when you're looking at financial statements, which one do you think is more important, earnings per share or book value per share?
And Mohnish, you're going to have to keep that in
your
working memory.
Next.
All right, so I also have a question on cloning, but before that, I wanted to just appreciate your insight on life and investing. That your wisdom has really helped me connect like real world financial decision making with probabilistic thinking. So thanks for your influence. Like my wife and I decided to invest on her education, and we have been having a really healthy float. And you're absolutely right when you said that it's kind of like a once in a lifetime kind of opportunity. On a lighter note, I have considered multiple wives, but I'm sure like the upside won't be great. So my question on cloning is, so when I'm reverse engineering a super investor idea, I might be vulnerable to multiple like behavioral biases. Like from the get-go, there might be confirmation bias, and as I go through Mr. Charlie's 25 misjudgment, there is clearly a Lollapalooza effect. So I just wanted to understand like what are some of the things that you might have realized over the years that we should be careful about cloning, and how do we develop a guardrail around cloning model?
All right.
Learning. And this is the last question. I'm sorry, we have to stop. Thank you so much for trying, but go ahead with your question.
Hi, my name is Charlie. First, I want to say thank you. I go to University of Southern California, and me and my friends talk about you all the time. And I would love for you to come to our school sometime as well. Okay,
All right.
so my question has to do with, I know Charlie talks a lot about checklists in his book, and I think Guy also mentions it as well. And I just want some insights, and I hope Guy will also answer it. Like what's on that checklist when you look at an investment idea? What's the most important item on that list? And yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so taking the first question, EPS versus book value. I mean, that depends on the business. In some businesses that we're looking at, the hard assets matter a lot. And in other businesses that we're looking at, the cash flows matter a lot. And so I think it's just each thing we have to kind of look at what metric and such makes sense. The second question was on cloning. What is the question on cloning?
How do you clone? Where do you clone? What?
Yeah. So the cloning, I think the way I look at cloning is that cloning is just a way to shortlist the things that you look at. So one thing that's important is that if you're going to clone another investor, the idea you're trying to clone has to be one of their top 2 or 3 picks. So it can't be their 14th pick. So their highest conviction idea. So the first thing is you're limiting yourself to only their highest conviction ideas. The second thing is that if it doesn't hit you over the head with a 2x4, which the international people here won't understand because they're focused on the metric system, but if it doesn't hit you in your head with a 2x4 very quickly, move on. So basically, if you see some great investors bought something, you look at it and say, oh, I fully get this. I understand what's going on here. And it's within my circle of competence. And this is such a no-brainer, et cetera. Then I think you want to go down that rabbit hole. But if you're just going to kind of hum along and, spending several days trying to figure out why he did something or she did something, I think then you're just wasting time. And what was the last question on?
Checklists.
Oh, yeah.
I'll want to shop on the checklist.
So the checklist is really simple. I just looked at failures that great investors had where they made an investment where if we looked at it, the reason why that investment did not work would have been obvious to many of us. So for example, when Berkshire bought Dexter Shoes, many of us may have figured out that foreign competition, cheap labor would impact the business, right? So then it leads to a checklist question, can this business be affected by cheap foreign competition or cheap foreign labor, right? And I came up with all these questions, looking at all these failures, and then I reorganized them by subject so that I could just look at them and what came out of that was the single number one reason why business ideas did not work was leverage. The greatest number of businesses where the thesis did not work out was leverage. And some of you might listen to the Founders podcast, it's a great podcast. And one of his episodes was on the founder of IKEA. Great episode to listen to. And the IKEA founder basically extreme aversion to leverage. So he never raised any equity capital. It's privately held. Never took on any debt. So all those stores, everything that got built from retained earnings. And he took a 500-year view of the business. So every decision that he made was made with a 500-year view. And basically, you can't take a 500-year view if you're running a levered-based business. So one of the big lessons, and we see that at Berkshire too, is Berkshire has extreme aversion to leverage, right? And even though they've said that they could have done some and done better. So I think that if we were to limit ourselves to businesses with no leverage, that's going to make our portfolio so much more resilient.
Thank you, Mohnish. It's been a long day. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
And a big thank you to Guy.
Yeah,
everyone else, all the other conferences, they're all charging money. This is the only one that's not charging anything. So thank you, Guy.
Maybe I need to learn some business lessons.
Thank you.
I want to share the checklist story briefly. So Mohnish reads a story on the New Yorker by Atul Gawande on checklists. And he calls me and says, this is amazing. And now, for 3 or 4 weeks, Mohnish works day and night. And then he starts asking me questions about all my failures in my portfolio. And then about 6 weeks later, he produces a document this thick that he sends to me, which is the checklist, basically. And it was just an amazing amount of work done very, very quickly. Do you remember that period?
Yeah, well, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and people ask me if I can share it. I've added, there's about 70 items to it now. There's about 90 in my checklist, and I can't share it because it's Mohnish's intellectual work. Maybe sometime he will share it, but the answer is no, I can't share it. I'm sorry, but you can make your own checklist, and it's very easy to do, I guess.
Yeah.
No meeting is out complete without the real person behind the show, Chantal. Thank you. Yeah.
In my good hands, yes. Thank you all very much for coming. We really enjoyed having you here. Thank you very much to our speakers for taking the time to spend it and hoping adding value to you all. That's what the idea was behind this. There was books on your chairs, which we have received from the authors, so please take them with you. And we hope to see you next year. Enjoy the meeting tomorrow.